The Vatican's most guarded secrets have always rested beneath stone and splendour, but others, it appears, lay frozen in eternal frost. In Antarctica's silent depths, clergy discovered something beyond the Church's ability to comprehend, an ancient enigma locked within concealed chambers and prohibited manuscripts. This evening we trace their silent journey into the frozen void, where belief confronts terror and the past becomes a murmur. If fictional Vatican enigmas like this intrigue you, please subscribe. Now settle back, close your eyes, and allow the tale to begin. The wind drifted gently across the boundless white, a hushed exhale over a landmass that had lost memory of living sounds. Antarctica neither howled nor mourned, it murmured. Below the icy stillness, something timeless lingered, imprisoned in frozen layers thicker than any cathedral's height. Above, the snow glittered like shattered crystal beneath a weak sun. But far below, where illumination never penetrated, there was stirring. It was subtle, a rhythm, maybe, or the faint resonance of something moving after countless centuries of dormancy. Distant in the marble corridors of the Vatican, a man woke long before sunrise. Father Luca Moretti was a linguistic scholar, a Jesuit, trained to decipher what others had abandoned to time. His steady hands, even in the early morning, opened a package wrapped in fragile parchment. Within lay a letter bearing the faded crimson seal of the Holy See. The ink had browned with time, and the Latin script wavered on the paper as if inscribed hurriedly. It described a finding made at the world's edge, something that should have remained buried eternally. Moretti had devoted his existence to translating forgotten texts for the Vatican's archives, but this was unlike anything before. The letter referenced coordinates, impossible ones hidden in the southern ice, and it bore a warning: what rests below was never intended for mortal eyes. His candle wavered as he spoke the words aloud, and in that delicate glow he believed he glimpsed a shadow drift across the wall behind him. Yet it wasn't his reflection. At daybreak, the bells of St. Peter's Square rang through the fog, summoning the devout to worship. But in a secluded corner of the Apostolic Library, a gathering had already commenced. 3 robed figures in black waited beside a table draped with aged maps. A 4th entered, a cardinal whose hair matched the Antarctic snow in whiteness. He spoke with a voice both weary and authoritative. The church, he explained, had grounds to suspect that an ancient construction had been located beneath the ice, something erected before recorded history. The letter Father Moretti had opened was not recent. It had been discovered sealed within the archives, untouched since 1947. Moretti questioned why it had remained concealed. The cardinal hesitated before responding. Certain truths, he stated, proved too burdensome for faith to bear alone. There were whispers that a covert expedition had ventured south decades earlier and vanished without trace. The Pope himself had commanded silence. Outside, the morning radiance touched the Vatican's domes with golden light. Inside, among shelves of abandoned knowledge, Father Moretti felt a silent dread descend upon his spirit. For the first time, he understood that the history to which he had dedicated his life was not concluded. It was awakening, and soon he would be summoned to confront it. In the gentle morning light, Father Luca Moretti sat isolated in his modest study, surrounded by the fragrance of aged paper and melted wax. The Vatican's letter rested open before him, its seal fractured, its message laden with caution. He had examined it countless times through the darkness, yet each reading deepened his unease. It mentioned an ancient chart secured in the Library of Mysteries, a chart that appeared to depict Antarctica without its frozen covering, sketched centuries before any explorer had witnessed its coastline. The notion alone contradicted both knowledge and holy texts. As the Vatican's bells resonated through the ancient passages, a gentle tap sounded at his door. It was Father Paolo De Luca, a younger clergyman recognized for his dedication and his discretion. He carried a folder secured with crimson cord. Without speaking, he set it on the desk and withdrew. Inside were weathered illustrations and handwritten Latin annotations matching the coordinates from the enigmatic letter. One expression was emphasized in dark ink: Terra Archangelica, the realm of celestial beings. Father Moretti experienced a chill unrelated to the morning temperature. He questioned Paolo about its origin. Paolo wavered before revealing in whispers that the materials had been discovered deep within the Vatican's forbidden archives, in a chamber unopened since the Second World War's conclusion. The vault's reference number, he added softly, had been removed from official documentation. Later that afternoon, Moretti was called to a private room beneath the Apostolic Palace. A solitary lamp burned beside a substantial wooden table. 3 figures awaited there, 2 bishops and a cardinal. The cardinal's countenance was pallid and gaunt, his gaze keen with secrecy. He revealed that the Church had long possessed knowledge of certain findings made during previous Antarctic expeditions. In 1947, a group of explorers under Vatican supervision had reported discovering ruins beneath the ice. What they encountered, the cardinal murmured quietly, was not of human origin. The statement lingered in the motionless air. Moretti's pulse quickened. He wished to inquire about those explorers' fate, but the expression in the cardinal's eyes prevented him. Instead, he learned that a fresh expedition would be assembled, and that he, Father Moretti, would function as its linguist and historian. The objective was to verify the existence of what lay entombed, document everything, and discuss nothing upon return. When the conference concluded, Moretti stepped into the lengthy marble passage leading to the courtyard. Sunlight poured through the curved windows, illuminating the floor like liquid gold. For a moment he remained there, his hands shaking around the crimson-sealed papers. Beyond those timeless walls, a mystery awaited beneath the ice. And though he didn't yet comprehend it, he sensed its summons, timeless, patient, and conscious. That evening, Father Moretti found no rest. The sound of St. Peter's Basilica bells echoed distantly across the metropolis, merging with Rome's remote murmur. He traversed the narrow passages of the Jesuit quarters with a candle in grasp, the flame quivering as if anxious about what it might expose. The corridors were adorned with portraits of saints and thinkers, their painted gazes tracking him as though aware of the weight he now bore. In the library, he discovered solace among the scent of parchment and age. He glided his fingers along the spines of timeless volumes, stopping at one whose binding was wrapped in dark leather. Its inscription had vanished to obscurity, but when he opened it, a folded letter emerged. It was directed to the Vatican Curia and dated 1948, 1 year following the secret expedition the cardinal had referenced. The penmanship was unstable, as if inscribed by a frozen or frightened hand. "We discovered the entrance," it stated. "It is not of this realm." The statement left its mark on him. He refolded the letter and replaced it, but something within him transformed. Curiosity started to eclipse fear. If truly an entrance existed beneath the Antarctic ice, who had constructed it? And why had the Vatican concealed the truth for so extended? At daybreak, he obtained an official summons sealed with golden wax. He was to join a team of 12 at a private airstrip beyond the city. The communication bore the papal insignia, but no signature. Only 2 sentences followed. Journey where faith initially collapsed. The solutions rest beneath the white shroud. Father Moretti spent the day in quiet readiness. He composed a letter to his sister stating only that he was departing for a mission of historical significance. He left it on his desk, understanding the Vatican's messengers would determine whether to dispatch it. Before twilight, he strolled one final time through the Holy See's gardens. The descending sun illuminated the dome of St. Peter's, and momentarily the entire city appeared to shimmer like ice. At the airstrip, the priests assembled in silence. Some were academics, others physicians or builders, but all displayed the same troubled expression. Each had been selected for a purpose they weren't informed. A thin vapour drifted across the runway as a Vatican transport aircraft waited in the distance, its exterior painted with the Holy See's symbol. A container marked archive property was loaded into its cargo space under vigilant observation. As Father Moretti ascended the metal stairs, he paused to observe the dim silhouette of Rome in the darkness. The city appeared eternal, invulnerable. Yet he couldn't dismiss the sensation that he was abandoning the realm he understood for one that would never permit him to return unaltered. The engines started to drone, and with them the narrative of faith, concealment, and ice truly commenced. The engines hummed gently into the darkness, their sound absorbed by the clouds suspended heavily over the Mediterranean. Father Moretti occupied the small window seat, the dim reflection of his features blending with the blackness beyond. The aircraft's interior illumination was reduced, creating elongated shadows that shifted softly across the faces of the 12 aboard. None conversed. Their dark cassocks rustled quietly as they prayed, mouths moving in silence. The drone of the engines became an unusual kind of psalm, consistent and tranquil as the Vatican's covert mission departed the familiar realm behind. Father Moretti opened his journal. The page trembled slightly in his grasp, not from air turbulence, but from an anxiety that wouldn't subside. He inscribed only a single statement before ceasing. We soar toward the Earth's terminus and perhaps another's genesis. He closed the volume and gazed again through the window. Below them, the ocean extended into infinite darkness. Hours elapsed. When dawn emerged, the clouds parted to expose the icy radiance of the southern waters. Sheets of white drifted beneath like fractured marble, floating upon the profound blue. The sun appeared pale here, remote and frigid. A sensation of awe mixed with terror as the men realized they were approaching the most desolate place on earth. Yet to Father Moretti, the silence of it all seemed sacred, like standing in the interval between two breaths of creation. At the forward compartment, a figure in a white coat approached. He was not a priest, but a scientist engaged under strict Vatican authority. His name was Dr. Samuel Reiner, a glaciologist from Switzerland who had previously collaborated with the Church on preservation studies. He spoke gently, explaining that their coordinates indicated an area near the South Pole, long designated as restricted by international agreements. Reiner displayed satellite images, an unusual, perfectly balanced formation beneath the ice, hundreds of meters in diameter. The configuration appeared unnatural, almost structured. Father Moretti inquired if it could be volcanic. The scientist declined. No volcano creates perpendicular angles, he stated quietly, as the aircraft began its approach toward the research station at McMurdo Sound. The men blessed themselves. The white terrain stretched infinitely below, a cathedral of snow and stillness. When they finally touched down, the cold greeted them like a living entity, piercing and complete. Every exhalation transformed to vapour. Soldiers welcomed them briefly, their uniforms displaying no insignias, their expressions blank. A transport vehicle waited to carry them across the ice. As they loaded their gear, Father Moretti noticed the container from the Vatican's archives being handled with exceptional caution. He asked one of the guards about its contents. The man wavered, then responded, "Whatever it contains, Father, it has been waiting longer than any of us can fathom." The priest turned toward the distant view where the sun rested low and stationary above the frozen wilderness. Somewhere beyond there, concealed beneath the white, the truth was dormant, and it was drawing them nearer. The procession advanced slowly across the infinite ice, their headlights creating dim halos consumed by the mist. The engines strained under the cold's burden, each mile a silent struggle between machinery and elements. Father Moretti occupied the rear seat of the lead vehicle, enveloped in heavy wool, the motor's hum lulling him into a condition between consciousness and prayer. The wind outside murmured through cracks in the glass, a sound resembling voices transmitted from another era. Beside him, Father Paolo De Luca gripped a small wooden crucifix. His knuckles appeared white, his mouth moving in steady cadence. "Do you consider this sacred labour?" he inquired softly. Moretti paused. "All labour in truth is sacred," he responded, though even as he voiced it, he felt doubt's weight pressing on his chest. The scientist, Dr. Reiner, travelled in front, eyes locked on the flickering radar display. Occasionally the device would flash with abrupt bursts of disruption, peculiar patterns resembling waves of illumination buried deep beneath the ice. "Magnetic anomaly," he muttered, though his tone lacked certainty. Every few moments he glanced at the container secured in the second vehicle's rear. The men had been instructed not to unseal it until reaching their destination, but the atmosphere around it seemed colder than the rest of the compartment, as if the item within possessed its own frozen exhalation. After several hours, the horizon transformed. A dark formation started to emerge from the snow, a jagged ridge of ice that bent like the perimeter of a buried cathedral. The driver decelerated, his hands quivering slightly as he indicated. "That's our target," Reiner stated. "The coordinates align." The vehicles halted, their engines exhaling into stillness. The priests emerged, boots grinding on the frozen surface. The atmosphere was sharp, almost metallic. Above them, the heavens shimmered with dim ribbons of emerald light. They stood facing a colossal wall of ice, smooth and perfectly upright. It appeared as though it had been carved, not shaped naturally. Embedded within the wall were subtle markings, curves that connected and merged into symbols. Father Moretti brushed his gloved palm across one of them, exposing what resembled ancient writing. It was neither Latin, nor Greek, nor any dialect he had studied. Yet something about it felt recognizable, as if the characters themselves contained the memory of worship. A sudden disturbance broke the tranquility. A low, distant drone that appeared to originate from the earth beneath them. The men became motionless. Reiner examined his instruments, but every measurement had gone dark. Even the compass rotated in slow, irregular circles. Father Moretti turned to the cardinal who had travelled with them. The elderly man's eyes were shut, his mouth whispering Latin benedictions. "The Church has witnessed this previously," he stated quietly. "Long past, in writings intended for destruction." For a moment, the realm felt suspended in stillness. Then, from deep within the ice, emerged a sound resembling a breath, gentle, human, and impossibly close. The men exchanged frightened glances. The Antarctic wind ceased completely. Whatever rested beneath them had just started to awaken. The sound repeated, gentle, intentional, and far too animate for a place that had not experienced breath for millions of years. It resonated through the ice beneath their boots like a whisper transmitted through a cathedral. The men remained immobile, their breath ascending in white clouds, their eyes scanning the shadows for something they couldn't identify. Dr. Reiner stepped forward, his gloved palm pressed against the ice wall. He leaned in closely, listening. "It's motion," he murmured, his voice shaking, but not from the earth. "It's originating from below, something profound." He retracted his hand and regarded Moretti. The measurements were accurate. "There's a construction down there." Father Moretti knelt beside the markings, sweeping away snow until additional symbols appeared. They curved like aureoles and crossed in a form resembling an open eye. Beneath it, subtle engravings formed a line of script that seemed to pulse under the thin layer of frost. The priest whispered the words as best he could translate. Illumination before mankind, quietness after belief. The phrase sent a cold burden through his chest. The cardinal gestured for the group to retreat. He commanded the engineers to establish lights and commence drilling an access point. They complied without inquiry, though every action was slow, weighted with apprehension. The metallic drone persisted beneath the surface, ascending and diminishing like a heartbeat. Hours transpired. The drilling finally breached a hollow space, releasing a surge of atmosphere, so ancient it bore the scent of minerals and something faintly aromatic, like incense. The lights wavered as the first opening widened into a passage, smooth and perfectly circular, leading downward at an angle too exact to be natural. The cardinal made the sign of the cross. "No human created this," he stated. Father Moretti stepped to the boundary and peered down. The passage shimmered faintly with threads of gold embedded in the ice, radiating softly as if reflecting illumination from a source deep within. For a moment he felt attracted toward it, his pulse synchronizing with the rhythm of the unseen drone. Father Paolo grasped his arm. "You shouldn't descend first," he cautioned, but Moretti only smiled faintly. Faith was never intended to follow behind fear. With a rope fastened around his torso, he descended gradually into the passage. The illumination from above diminished until only the radiance from the ice remained. The walls were warm to contact, impossibly so. As he reached the base, the passage opened into a massive chamber, silent, balanced, and filled with frozen columns resembling glass. At the centre stood something that radiated faintly beneath the ice, a circular archway carved from a metal unlike any he had witnessed. Around it, inscriptions spiralled inward like worship. He raised his torch and observed words etched in a script that transformed as he watched, as though living. He whispered a single phrase, "And the celestial beings shall descend where illumination cannot reach." In that instant, the drone stopped. The chamber fell utterly silent. Then, as if responding to his voice, the archway started to radiate. The radiance expanded gradually across the metal arch, like dawn advancing over a frozen horizon. Initially it was pale and gentle, but soon it intensified into something almost animate, a liquid illumination that pulsed as though the construction itself possessed a heartbeat. Father Moretti stood immobilized, one palm raised to protect his eyes. The atmosphere around him grew warmer, bearing a faint vibration that made his chest constrict. Above him, the rope quivered. The others shouted his name, their voices dampened by distance and fear. He called that he was uninjured, though the words barely reached his own hearing over the peculiar humming that now filled the chamber. He stepped closer to the arch, pulled by a force he couldn't explain. The radiance reflected off the ice surrounding him, and momentarily he imagined he observed forms moving within the walls. Figures partially formed, wings of glass, eyes that glimmered like stars beneath the surface. When the others finally descended, the illumination dimmed, as if conscious of new observers. Dr. Reiner rushed forward with his instruments, taking measurements that defied logic. "It is not radioactive," he stated, "but the temperature within the metal is climbing. It shouldn't be feasible in this cold." He pressed his gloved palm against the arch and recoiled. It was warm, nearly hot. The cardinal joined them last, descending with the caution of a man bearing both faith and skepticism. He stood beside Moretti, staring at the construction. "This predates mankind," he whispered. "Predates scripture." Moretti inquired quietly what he believed it represented. The elderly man hesitated before answering. In the ancient texts of Enoch, there were said to be portals constructed by the Watchers, the celestial beings who descended before the deluge. The Church has always regarded those writings as legends. But legends, Father Moretti, often preserve truths that history cannot endure. The group advanced deeper into the chamber, establishing lights that exposed more of the walls. Etched along them were scenes that appeared to narrate a story. tall, luminous beings standing beside humans, instructing them in the use of fire, of writing, of stone. Then the engravings transformed. The same beings descended into darkness, their wings severed, their faces concealed behind veils of ice. Father Paolo blessed himself. "These are celestial beings," he stated, "and they were entombed here." The lights flickered abruptly. The drone grew louder now, resonating through the floor. One of the engineers stumbled backward, his lamp shattering against the ice. From the archway came a faint vibration, like the deep exhalation of something waking from dormancy. Dr. Reiner shouted for everyone to retreat. But before anyone could respond, the atmosphere around the arch appeared to bend, distorting the illumination. Father Moretti felt a pull in his chest, a peculiar mixture of wonder and dread. Then, just for an instant, he witnessed it. Inside the radiating circle, the shadow of a wing moving behind the illumination. The drone ceased. Darkness returned, and in the stillness that followed, something deep within the ice exhaled once more, softer than worship, but laden with significance, as if the frozen realm had just recalled its past. No one uttered a word for several seconds. The silence was so absolute it weighed on their hearing, as though the entire realm were suspending its breath. The atmosphere smelled faintly of metal and something more ancient, like stone that had never witnessed the sun. Father Moretti knelt before the arch, tracing the markings with a trembling palm. The surface pulsed faintly beneath his fingertips, animate with a rhythm that wasn't his own. He could sense his heartbeat synchronize with it. Dr. Reiner whispered that their equipment was malfunctioning. Every compass rotated wildly. The digital recorders emitted a faint static. The temperature measurements fluctuated from below zero to unbearable heat and returned again. "It is functioning like a living organism," he muttered. The cardinal's gaze never departed the arch. "Not living," he stated softly, remembering. The others began unpacking the Vatican container that had travelled with them across the ocean. The seal on its cover bore the same symbol that decorated the arch. Within, wrapped in layers of velvet and lead, was an object the priests had not yet witnessed, a relic known only to the cardinal. He unwrapped it gradually, exposing a golden crucifix unlike any crafted by human hands. Its arms were curved slightly inward, and in its centre rested a crystal that captured the faintest illumination and refracted it into countless hues. This, he stated, was discovered in the early centuries before Rome itself ascended to power. It was sealed away because its material couldn't be identified. The Church believed it originated from heaven. Others feared it originated from the contrary. Father Moretti stared at the crucifix, sensing a strange vibration in the atmosphere as the crystal began to radiate faintly in response to the arch. "It acknowledges it," he whispered. The cardinal affirmed. They were crafted together. The moment the relic was elevated toward the arch, the ground shook. A low note, deep and resonant, filled the chamber. The ice along the walls fractured like glass. Columns of frozen atmosphere split open, and from within, faint outlines began to manifest. Figures encased in ice, human in form, but impossibly tall. Wings folded behind them, hands clasped in eternal worship. Their expressions were tranquil, nearly without disturbance. Father Paolo collapsed onto his knees, murmuring the lines of his affirmation. Dr. Reiner backed away, stumbling, whispering that the remains couldn't possibly be human. "This is a resting place," Moretti remarked softly, his voice barely audible. "A sanctuary for those who have fallen." The arched entrance intensified its radiance. The central crystal responded like a pulsing heart resounding through time. The low-frequency sound amplified once more, now louder, syncing with the vibration of the artifact. Then, just as abruptly as it commenced, the noise ceased. The ice became static, the light diminished. In the stunned silence that ensued, a faint hairline fracture emerged across the visage of the closest frozen form. The ice near its orbital sockets began to soften. Beneath the surface, something shifted, a minor yet clear motion. The figure's lips parted slightly, and a single bead of clear fluid descended onto the stone foundation. Father Moretti stared, his heart accelerating. For the first occasion in his existence, he felt that his conviction and his terror were identical. The water droplet resonated in the chamber like the chime of a distant steeple bell. One sound, incredibly small, yet it traversed the freezing air with the significance of something sacred. The clerics stood motionless, each of them sensing they were witnessing a sight no living soul was intended to perceive. Father Moretti's breathing hitched in his chest. He longed to speak, to pray, to escape. He was unable to do any of it. The atmosphere now felt denser, as if time itself had slowed down to observe. The ice surrounding the nearest figure continued its melt, releasing a faint vapour that coiled upward like smoke from a snuffed-out wick. The countenance beneath grew sharper, neither male nor female, neither juvenile nor elderly. Its features were flawless and otherworldly, sculpted with a beauty painful to behold. A single eye fluttered open, pale like the Antarctic firmament. Father Paolo gasped, repeatedly making the sign of the cross. The cardinal muttered, "May God have mercy on us. It lives." Dr. Reiner retreated further, his instruments clattering to the floor. "It is impossible for it to be alive," he stammered, his voice quavering. "No cellular structure could endure this level of cold for such an expanse of time." But as he spoke, the temperature began to climb. Frost melted from their attire. Water droplets fell from the ceiling like a shower. The ice barriers faintly illuminated from within, casting gentle halos of azure light across the ground. The figure's chest rose once, a shallow impression of inhalation. The rhythmic low sound that had plagued the mission returned, now subtle but constant, vibrating through the rock beneath their footwear. The Vatican artifact in the cardinal's grasp blazed with golden luminosity, as if responding to a voice only it could perceive. Father Moretti felt drawn toward it. The artifact pulsed with the same tempo as his own heart, and as he approached, the figure's eye rotated toward him. For a moment, their eyes locked, and something unspoken was exchanged between them, a sentiment too profound for articulation, something akin to sadness. In that instant, Moretti grasped the meaning of the ancient letter. What rests below was never meant for humanity's gaze. The light within the chamber flickered erratically. The scientists cried out that their gear was malfunctioning. A sudden draft swept through the passage. Though there was no aperture for it to originate from, the sound it carried was not a roar, but a murmur, soft and multi-voiced, communicating in a language that skirted the edge of consciousness but never materialized into words. The priests fell to their knees, covering their ears, praying through their terror. Then, as quickly as it began, the sound dissipated. The figure's eye closed. The light faded until the chamber was once again still. Steam drifted up from the melted ice, curving into the form of wings before dissolving into nothingness. The cardinal lowered the relic, his hands shaking. "We have encountered something older than the Garden of Eden," he stated softly, "and it has made contact with us in return." Father Moretti observed his gloved hands. The fingertips of the leather were damp, not from the thawing ice, but from a faint luminous residue that adhered to his skin like liquid radiance. It throbbed once, then vanished, leaving only warmth behind. Somewhere above, the ice groaned, as if remembering its obligation to remain sealed. But they all knew the truth. The confinement had been broken, and whatever had stirred beneath the frozen surface of the world was alert once more. For an extended moment, no one moved. The air was heavy with moisture, the light from their lanterns flickering weakly against the ice. The quiet following that final surge of warmth was almost unbearable. It felt like the space between heartbeats when the body anticipates whether life will persist. Father Moretti slowly rose to his feet. His breath fogged the air. Although the chamber was no longer cold, he sensed heat emanating from the floor, a deep, continuous warmth that seemed to arise from the very core of the earth. His hands still tingled where the light had touched him, and when he looked down, he saw faint patterns across his skin, fine lines glowing gently like golden capillaries that faded as rapidly as they had manifested. The cardinal, startled yet composed, addressed the group. "We have seen enough," he stated quietly. "Seal this location. The church will determine what happens next." His voice held authority, but fear was present underneath it. Even he understood that what they had discovered was not merely an artifact. It was a revelation that could shatter the world's understanding of the divine and humankind equally. Dr. Reiner objected. "You cannot simply abandon this. We possess evidence, living proof of something beyond every known account of human history." The cardinal's expression hardened. "Evidence is perilous when conviction is fragile," he countered. "This is not science is to retain." The men began collecting their gear, though few dared to turn their backs on the frozen figures. The one that had moved was now partially freed from its icy sarcophagus. Its expression was placid, eyes again closed, but its hand, its flawless, perfect hand, rested against the inner side of the ice wall as if pressing outward. Father Moretti hesitated behind. Something deep inside him resisted the command to depart. He approached the figure again, his steps echoing softly in the immense chamber. The carvings surrounding the arch shimmered faintly in the torchlight, and for a brief moment the script rearranged itself. The letters formed words he could suddenly comprehend, as though the language itself had entered his mind. To recall is to awaken is to return. His throat constricted. He whispered a silent prayer, unsure if it was for safety or pardon. The low sound returned for an instant, softer now, almost comforting. It felt less like a threat and more like a farewell. When he finally rejoined the group, the air had cooled again, and frost began to creep once more across the figure's face, sealing it back into stillness. The ice reclaimed its captive layer by layer, until it once again appeared as an untouched antiquity from a bygone era. They began their ascent through the passage, the sound of their boots resonating like distant percussion as they emerged onto the Antarctic surface. The sky was filled with pale streamers of green and violet light. The aurora borealis shimmered above them like a parted curtain, beautiful and sorrowful. Father Moretti looked toward the horizon, the boundless expanse of white extending into silence. He felt deep within his chest that what they had discovered was not finished. Some fragment of it still breathed beneath the ice, patient and timeless. As the vehicles drove back toward the outpost, the cardinal closed his eyes and murmured a psalm. Behind them, far beneath the frozen earth, the low sound began again, faint but increasing, like a heart remembering how to beat. By the time they reached the surface base, the sky had turned a grey so light it seemed to erase the horizon line. Snow drifted gently through the air, settling silently upon the metal roofs of the temporary shelters. The world felt vacant, as though the earth itself had ceased breathing. Father Moretti stepped out of the jeep and gazed across the frozen plain, his mind still echoing with that sound from beneath the ice. The other priests moved quietly, avoiding one another's eyes. They spoke in hushed tones, their words careful, as if the wind itself might carry their voices back down into the tunnels. Dr. Reiner sat separately, hunched over his instruments. "Every reading I took was wiped," he muttered. "It's as though the devices forgot what they witnessed." He looked at Father Moretti, his eyes empty. "Tell me, Father, Does faith also forget? Moretti offered no reply. He simply looked at the small golden cross still held by the cardinal. Its crystal no longer radiated light, yet it pulsed subtly in the darkness, as if mirroring a heartbeat too distant to perceive. Later that evening the cardinal assembled them inside the main tent. The lamps flickered against the canvas walls, projecting restless shadows that appeared to move even when nothing did. "Our mission," he stated, "is concluded. What lies beneath will remain undisturbed. We will return to Rome immediately." His voice was firm, but his hands shook. "No word of this leaves the church. What we saw was not meant for the world's knowledge." Father Paolo lowered his head. "And if the world has already begun to listen?" he asked quietly. The cardinal hesitated. "Then God help us." The men dispersed, but Father Moretti could not rest. He walked outside and stood alone beneath the flickering aurora. The snow had ceased, and the air was completely still. He looked toward the ice ridge that concealed the tunnel's entrance and thought he perceived something faint, a light deep beneath the surface, pulsing once, then fading. He closed his eyes. A voice arose softly in his memory, one that was not entirely human yet familiar as worship. It communicated not in words but in sensation, a message that grazed his mind like a breath on glass. We were not lost. We were anticipating. His heart hammered. He took a measured breath, calming himself. "If this is a trial," he whispered into the wind, "let me remember the truth, not the terror." Behind him, the camp generators wavered, and every lamp momentarily dimmed before reigniting. No one else seemed to notice, but Father Moretti felt the change. Something below was stirring again. When daylight finally arrived, the sky was ablaze with gold and white. The priests prepared their gear, the scientists loaded their specimens, and the convoy rumbled back toward the waiting airplane. The Vatican container was sealed once more, its contents now heavier with the significance of what they had witnessed. As the plane ascended into the cold air, Father Moretti gazed out the window. The ice stretched below in endless silence, and somewhere within that silence, far beneath the frozen crust of the world, the low sound began again. Steady, patient, alive. The flight north was lengthy and quiet. The men sat like statues, each confined within his own thoughts. The sound of the engines was constant, yet beneath it Moretti could almost detect something else. A deep, steady vibration, as if the memory of that low sound had followed them into the sky. He tried to tell himself it was only the aircraft, but deep down he knew otherwise. He looked at Father Paolo across the aisle. The younger priest's eyes were bloodshot from sleep deprivation, his rosary beads wrapped around his fingers. The cardinal sat immobile near the front, whispering prayers in Latin, the golden cross concealed beneath his mantle. Dr. Reiner stared out the window, the reflection of the clouds dancing across his face. Every so often he would inhale as if to speak, then stop, his lips trembling as if afraid the air itself might hear. When the plane touched down in Rome, the city lay beneath a gentle morning mist. The familiar chime of bells carried across the distance, peaceful and unchanged. But for the men disembarking from that plane, the world felt altered. They had gazed upon something that belonged neither to history nor to faith, a truth buried beneath the foundation of both. The Vatican arranged for absolute secrecy. Their arrival was not documented, their names omitted from flight records. The crates were transported to the apostolic archives under guard, vanishing behind a locked entrance that only a handful of living men could open. The priests were sent to separate quarters, each instructed to rest and speak to no one until further orders. Father Moretti found himself alone in his small room overlooking the gardens. The walls, once comforting, now felt confining and cold. He lit a single candle and opened his journal. but for the first time in his life he could not formulate the words to write. The sights he had witnessed were too vast, too strange for paper, yet something compelled him to attempt it. He wrote, "The ice does not preserve the deceased. It holds the living until the world recalls their name." As he paused, the candle flame sharply deflected. Although no draught stirred, the air around him grew heavy. From somewhere beyond the walls came a subtle sound of vibration, deep and low, like the echo of a faraway bell beneath the ground. It was the identical tone they had heard beneath the Antarctic ice. He froze, breathing shallowly, listening. Then, as quickly as it had arrived, it faded. Only silence remained. He crossed himself and whispered, "Lord, if this is temptation, grant me resilience. If it is revelation, grant me serenity." But even as he spoke, he could not dismiss the feeling that the low sound was not the voice of an adversary, nor the trick of a demon. It felt closer to sorrow, a melody of something ancient and forgotten, waiting to be acknowledged. Outside, the bells of St. Peter's began to chime the hour. Their tolling merged with the last echo in his memory, forming one unified note that lingered in the air like the memory of light on glass. Father Moretti bowed his head and knew that although he had departed Antarctica, the mystery had not released him. It had pursued him home. That night, Rome was restless. The wind moved through the narrow passageways with the soft sigh of an unseen chorus, carrying the aroma of rain and old stone. In his room, Father Moretti sat awake by the window. The candle beside him burned low, its flame a delicate pulse against the darkness. The Vatican gardens below lay still, silvered by moonlight, but in that quiet he thought he saw a faint gleam, a reflection that did not belong to glass or water. He rose, instinctively making the sign of the cross more out of habit than faith, and walked into the hallway. The air there was chilly and dry, the marble floor whispering beneath his steps. He moved past images of winged figures, past the carved doors that led to the private archives, until he reached the small sanctuary at the end of the hall. Its door was slightly open, and from within came a sound he recognized immediately, a low, vibrating tone that seemed to hum inside his bones. Inside, the cardinal knelt before the altar, the golden cross resting in his shaking hands. The crystal at its centre glowed subtly, pulsing like a live heart. He did not look up when Moretti entered. "It has not ceased," the cardinal whispered. "Since the moment we returned, it has not stopped." Father Moretti stepped closer. "You perceive it too," he said softly. The older man nodded. "At first, I thought it was recall. Now I believe it is a summons." Moretti's gaze fell upon the artifact. The crystal light intensified, shifting from gold to blue like the light beneath the Antarctic ice. The low sound grew louder. The walls around them seemed to vibrate. The painted faces of saints appeared to ripple in the flickering glow as though they were breathing. The cardinal closed his eyes and pressed his hand against the relic. "It is communicating," he murmured, not in words, but in a spiritual plea. His voice shook, not with fear, but reverence. "They were not fallen angels, Father. They were protectors, and we were the ones who turned away." A rush of air swept through the chapel, extinguishing the candlelight for an instant. The relic's glow was the only illumination in the room. It flared brightly enough to fill the space. And in that radiance, Father Moretti saw fleeting visions. Towering figures standing beneath the ice, hands raised in blessing, their eyes closed, their wings spread in tranquility. A voice arose among them, clear and mournful, carrying words he could not understand, yet somehow conveyed, "The world forgot the first pact." The light diminished, the the chapel fell silent again. The cardinal collapsed forward, clutching the relic to his chest, breathing heavily. Moretti caught him before he fell entirely. The old man's eyes were wide, glistening with tears. "They revealed it to me," he whispered. "They were never lost. They were anticipating absolution." As the morning bells began to toll outside, Father Moretti looked toward the eastern windows, where the first pale light touched the horizon. The low sound had stopped, but the silence it left behind was even heavier, filled with both promise and warning. He knew the church would suppress the truth once more, sealing it in the vaults beneath the Holy See. But he also knew something had fundamentally changed. The artifact had awakened, and whatever it called to had responded. The ice had cracked once, and someday, when the world was prepared or foolish enough, it would crack again. By sunrise, the Vatican was veiled in a thin haze, and the first light of day touched the marble domes with a pale golden radiance. Rome's streets were just beginning to awaken, unaware that within the ancient walls of the Holy See, something older than its history had begun to stir again. Father Moretti walked the colonnade of St. Peter's Square, his priestly garment rustling in the morning breeze. Around him, the cooing of pigeons echoed softly between the columns, a sound almost like distant whispers. The relic had been sealed away again, locked in the deep vaults beneath the Apostolic Palace, under the guardianship of the Keeper of Secrets, an office so ancient that even the name of its founder had been removed from records. Yet the low sound had not left him. It pursued him still, faint and consistent, like the echo of a heart beating deep within his memory. He felt it beneath his feet as he traversed the stones, as though the earth itself was recalling something primordial and sacred. Later that morning he was summoned to a small room beneath the library. The air there smelled of dust and aged paper, and the light from the oil lamps shimmered against rows of iron-bound volumes. The cardinal sat waiting, his face pale, his eyes shaded by sleeplessness. He motioned for Moretti to sit. "The Holy Father has been informed," the cardinal said quietly. "He has ordered that everything from the expedition be sealed. Every document, every photograph, every recording, it will be as if it never occurred." Moretti listened, remaining silent. He had anticipated this. The Vatican had always carried the responsibility of secrets too burdensome for the world to shoulder, but this time the secret felt different, alive, restless, unwilling to remain buried. "There is more," the cardinal continued. "Two of the men have vanished, Father Paolo and Dr. Reiner. Their quarters were discovered empty this morning. No indication of a struggle, no tracks leading away from the grounds. They are simply gone." Moretti's heart clenched. He remembered the look in Father Paolo's eyes before they had boarded the plane home. A blend of awe and terror, of faith unravelling. "Do you believe it was them?" he asked quietly. The cardinal's eyes flickered toward the door, as if the walls themselves might be listening. "I believe," he said, "that what we discovered in that ice is not finished with us." Silence filled the room. Somewhere above, the great bells of St. Peter's began to toll, their sound deep and solemn. The cardinal rose and walked to the window, gazing toward the horizon where the morning fog met the rising sun. "When I was younger," he said softly, "I believed the Church safeguarded the truth. Now I wonder if we were only protecting ourselves from it." Father Moretti stood as well. "Then what is our course of action?" The old man turned to him, his voice shaking like a candle flame. "We pray," he said, "and we wait. The ice will issue its call once more." That night, as Moretti lay in his narrow bed, the low sound returned in his dreams. Soft, pulsing, and impossibly immense. He saw the frozen arch, glowing once more beneath the earth, and through its centre a light that reached up toward the stars. A voice accompanied it, neither celestial nor human, speaking just one word that echoed through his spirit. Recall. When he awoke, the bells were tolling for morning service, and the first rays of sun broke through his window. But beneath that gentle light, he felt it again. The pulse of something deep, ancient and alive, still waiting beneath the ice. In the subsequent days, the routine of Vatican life continued as if nothing had changed. The faithful filled St. Peter's Square. The choirs sang beneath the domes, and the ancient bells marked the hours with their steady grace. Yet for Father Moretti, every sound carried a new significance. The rustle of robes in the corridors reminded him of wind against frozen walls. The low chanting of prayers resonated with the same low sound that haunted his dreams. He attempted to immerse himself in routine. He attended morning services. He taught his courses in the Pontifical Academy. He spent quiet hours among the archives. But the peace he once found in sacred silence was gone. The quiet now seemed to listen back. One afternoon, while sorting manuscripts in the restricted section, he encountered a leather-bound volume he did not recall filing. Its spine bore no title. Only a single emblem pressed into the cover, an open eye encircled by 7 beams of light. The identical design had been etched into the ice beneath Antarctica. His heartbeat quickened as he opened it. The pages were delicate, written in Latin, so old it felt older than Rome itself. The text spoke of the Custodes Lucis, guardians of light, beings who descended before creation to ready the world for the divine. They had constructed portals between realms, it said, and when humankind abandoned its first covenant, they sealed themselves within the earth, awaiting the time when conviction would again be pure. The final lines chilled him. When the veil is breached, the memory of Eden will return, but not all who recall shall remain mortal. Before he could read further, a voice startled him from behind. "That book is not for the archives," said the cardinal. His tone was not angry, but exhausted, as if he had expected this moment. He took the volume from Moretti's hands and closed it gently. Some truths must be read only once, and then set aside. Moretti met his gaze. But they are not set aside. They are awakening. The old man sighed. Then we must pray that memory shows compassion. That night, rain swept over Rome, the sound reverberating against the old stones like distant surf. Father Moretti could not sleep. The low sound returned again, fainter now, as if muffled beneath water. When he opened his eyes, he saw a soft light moving across his ceiling, blue and pale, the same hue that had shone beneath the Antarctic ice. He rose and stepped to the window. The city below was dark, but above the Vatican gardens the sky shimmered with a strange aurora. Delicate and silent, it rippled like breath, forming faint shapes that reminded him of wings. Then, from somewhere deep beneath the earth, he felt it. A tremor, slow and intentional, not of the ground, but of something stirring beneath it. The cross on his wall rattled lightly. The candle on his table flickered and went out. In that profound dark, he distinctly perceived it for the very first time. Not a faint drone or a reverberation, but a deep, tranquil voice, uttered in a language both primeval and immediately known. It offered only 2 words as a silent instruction. Not yet. The profound, sacred silence then settled once more, leaving Father Moretti in a state of shock, fully aware that the entity stirring under the ice had not fully concluded its message. It was simply awaiting the appropriate moment to emerge. Morning arrived quietly, with wisps of fog curling across the old stones of the Vatican courtyard. The illumination was weak and hesitant, almost as if the sun itself was reluctant to touch the city. Father Moretti moved slowly toward the sanctuary, his thoughts heavy, his pace softer than a spoken devotion. The memory of the night's revelation clung to him, those two crucial words not yet, repeated like an unforgettable hymn. Inside the sanctuary, the tapers were already burning. The familiar aroma of beeswax and frankincense hung heavy in the motionless air. The cardinal was kneeling before the altar, his posture rigid despite the fatigue from many sleepless nights. The sacred object rested once more in his hands. Its crystal centre no longer emitted light, but it throbbed faintly, suggesting it was still vital. "You sensed it again," the cardinal stated, not looking up. It was not phrased as a question. Moretti lowered himself beside him, clasping his unsteady hands. "It communicated," he murmured. "It instructed, not yet." The cardinal gave a slow inclination of his head. "Then it has not forgotten us. It knows we are paying attention." He placed the relic on the altar and directed his gaze toward the crucifix mounted above them. When the Church originally discovered this object centuries past, it was located among the remains of an ancient temple in the Levant region. The scholars who examined it reported bizarre luminescence and audible whispers in their nighttime dreams. The presiding pontiff commanded it to be permanently sealed away, declaring it a treasure of unidentified origin. For generations its existence was buried beneath layers of avoidance, and now it makes its presence known once more, Moretti observed. "Yes," the cardinal confirmed, "and this time it has truly found its voice." A substantial silence ensued. The candlelight made the gold ornamentation of the mosaics of holy figures shimmer. The eyes of the painted figures seemed to faintly glow, as if cognizant of the words being exchanged below. Then a sudden inrush of cold air rushed through the chapel. Every candle flame danced wildly. The relic resting on the altar briefly pulsed once, softly, then with a surge of energy before the light stabilized. Both men watched it, stunned. "Is it trying to warn us?" Moretti inquired. The cardinal shook his head. "No, it is remembering, and perhaps it grieves." Later that evening, Father Moretti returned to his room, unable to calm his mind. He opened his notebook. The pages were already dense with fragments of dreams and poorly translated passages from texts that were forbidden. As he started to write, the ink seemed to dissolve faintly across the page, forming designs that were not Latin but symbols he had encountered in Antarctica, the identical spiralling writing engraved into the archway. He froze, staring at the lettering that was not his own composition. The lines briefly glowed with a soft luminescence, then solidified into decipherable script. "The light beneath sleeps not for death, but for mercy." The candle next to him flickered violently, and he perceived a presence, gentle yet immense, pressing on the edges of his consciousness, not hostile, but full of sorrow. He heard the calm voice again, quieter this time, like a centuries-old prayer carried on the wind. "You opened the door. Now protect the world until it remembers." When the glow receded, the ink dried into stillness. Father Moretti bowed his head, grasping that their discovery had been less a divine revelation and more a grave warning. Beneath the ice, something sacred waited, not to inflict punishment, but to restore understanding. And in that quiet recognition, he finally understood the magnitude of his true mission. The Church's duty was no longer simply to conceal the knowledge. It was to prevent the world from inadvertently awakening it prematurely. For the subsequent days after the message appeared in his notebook, Father Moretti lived within a silence that felt more oppressive than isolation. The routine of the Vatican continued uninterrupted, bells, prayers, and processions echoing through the marble hallways. But every sound seemed far off to him, muffled by the strange realization that something ancient was now stirring silently beneath the world's facade of calm. He attempted to rationalize it away as a dream or the result of extreme fatigue. Yet each time he opened the journal, the inscription remained. Guard the world until it remembers. They were absorbed into the parchment like deep scars. He traced them gently with his finger and felt the faintest warmth, as if the message still held breath. One afternoon, while walking through the apostolic library, he found Father Paolo waiting within the shadows cast by the high shelves. Moretti froze instantly. Paolo had disappeared days earlier without any explanation or trace. Now he stood before him, his complexion pale, but his eyes intensely bright, almost feverish. "Luca," Paolo said, softly, using his given name for the first time in months. "You must accompany me. There is something vital you need to witness." Moretti followed him without uttering a single word. They descended through a maze of tight passages beneath the library, past the locked, restricted archives, and into an area sealed behind heavy iron doors. The air grew progressively colder, thick with the smell of old stone and immense age. Paolo carried a lamp that cast long, flickering silhouettes across the walls. They halted before a formidable gate bearing a Latin inscription, Custodia Veritatis, the keeper of truth. Paolo used a small bronze key that shimmered with recent use to unlock it. Beyond lay a small vault illuminated by a single oil lamp. At its core stood a marble base, and on it rested a second sacred object, one Moretti had never encountered. It was a clear slab of crystal, engraved with the same spiralling symbols they had discovered deep under the ice. "They moved this one here the night we returned," Paolo explained. "It was removed from the ice chamber just before they sealed it. The scientific team assumed it was mere rock, but it is something far different. Observe." He held the lamp closer. The crystal's surface began to ripple as if there was light moving just beneath water. Lines of script began to emerge, initially indistinct and moving, but then they formed Latin words that Moretti could easily comprehend. "In the second age, when illumination and conviction grow cold, the sleepers shall be roused. The passage shall open not by human intention, but through recollection." Paolo turned to him, his voice unstable. "It communicates with both of us now. I perceive it in my deepest sleep. I believe they intend for us to recall what the modern world has long forgotten." Before Moretti could reply, the very ground shook subtly. Dust motes drifted from the high ceiling. The lamp's flame wavered violently. From deep within the vault came that familiar sound, soft, steady, ancient, the low hum. Paolo moved closer to the crystal, his eyes wide with a strange intensity, whispering as if addressing an invisible being. "They are conscious again." Moretti instinctively reached out for him, but before his hand could grasp his friend's shoulder, the humming intensified, vibrating through the solid stone floor. The light in the vault flashed brilliantly, then abruptly vanished in a burst of sheer darkness. When his sight cleared, the pedestal was bare. Paolo had disappeared entirely. Only the faint, lingering echo of the humming remained, receding into the earth like a final breath. Father Moretti collapsed onto his knees, his heart pounding erratically, his hand pressed against the cold marble. The words seared themselves into his memory once more. "Guard the world until it remembers." He finally understood the gravity of the situation. The full awakening had already commenced, and the first to respond to its mysterious call had been one of their own. Father Moretti remained motionless for a long duration. The complete silence of the vault pressed in around him until it felt less like air and more like a physical weight. The oil lamp lay broken on the floor, its flame extinguished, leaving a sharp, acrid scent of oil. The stone pedestal was completely empty. He called out Father Paolo's name repeatedly, but the sound found no purchase. It simply vanished into the pervasive dark as though the very chamber had consumed it. When he eventually climbed back toward the world above, every corridor felt strange and unfamiliar. He could just make out the faraway chimes of the basilica bells, their rhythm consistent and comforting, yet their sound offered him no solace. He recalled the brutal Antarctic winds and the immense frozen stillness that had once concealed a massive cathedral of ice, and realized that here, beneath the most sacred city in Christendom, that same profound stillness had returned. He found the cardinal waiting for him at the top of the final staircase. The older man's face was completely drained of colour, his eyes bloodshot. He already knew everything. "You felt it again, didn't you?" he asked. Moretti could only nod. "The relic was not the sole item we retrieved," the cardinal stated. "It carried within it memory, and memory is never dormant." He led Moretti into his private office, where the golden relic from the Antarctic lay upon a rich velvet cloth. Its crystal core was faintly glowing again, as if sensing the disappearance of one of its keepers. The humming sound was barely perceptible, more a deep resonance than a distinct sound, but it entirely filled the room like a breath that never ceased. "What exactly did you witness?" the cardinal asked. Moretti recounted the entire event: the secret vault, the crystal slab, the Latin inscription, and Paolo's sudden, terrifying vanishing. When he was done, the cardinal slowly made the sign of the cross. "There exist prophecies that predate the Church itself," he said quietly. "They speak of a divine pact between mankind and the light. We were intended to recall this, but we failed. When the first covenant is remembered, the gate will finally open. Paolo may have journeyed to a place where we are incapable of following." Moretti stared intensely at the relic. "And if the gate does open, then every human soul will be forced to confront what it truly means to believe." For a brief time, neither man spoke. Outside, a gentle thunder rumbled across the city, a sound rarely heard in Rome during that particular season. The cardinal rose and placed his hand firmly on Moretti's shoulder. "The Holy Father will require our presence soon. Until then, you must find rest." But Father Moretti knew absolutely he would not sleep again that night. He returned to his simple room and sat by the window. Rain fell steadily against the glass in a soft, continuous rhythm, like a muffled heartbeat. He thought of Paolo, his unwavering conviction, his fear, and wondered if the young priest had been deliberately chosen or simply claimed by the force. He opened his journal one last time, intending to document the night's disturbing events, but as he turned to a blank page, the ink began to move on its own accord. Words materialized in that familiar, shifting script, glowing softly in the surrounding candlelight. He read them out loud, his voice cracking with emotion. "The first has returned. The light remembers. Soon the world will dream again." Outside, lightning suddenly flashed above the massive dome of St. Peter's, momentarily illuminating the sky in a colour he had only ever witnessed beneath the Antarctic ice. A blend of blue and white, gentle as breathing, vast as eternity. And beneath it all, deep under the ancient stones of Rome, the humming commenced once more, noticeably louder now. It was steady, patient, and intensely alive. The powerful storm did not dissipate that night. It remained hanging over Rome for days, filling the air with a low, continuous rumbling that never seemed to fade completely. The city below moved with a peculiar quietness, as if every citizen sensed an impending, unnameable event. Within the secure walls of the Vatican, Father Moretti remained confined to his room. His appetite was gone, and deep sleep was no longer possible. Each time he closed his eyes, he saw the same indelible image. Father Paolo standing on the boundless ice, bathed in that strange, ethereal blue light. His hands were raised toward a sky that was not a sky at all, but a massive ceiling of glass. The low hum was perpetually present, a soft, rhythmic summons. On the third night, a knock sounded at his door. When he opened it, 2 Swiss guards stood waiting in the corridor. Their polished armour glinted faintly in the lamplight. "His Holiness formally requests your presence," one of them instructed. They guided him through the narrow, twisting passages toward the apostolic palace. The clean scent of rain wafted through the open windows, mixing subtly with the faint smoke of lingering incense. In a small, dimly lit room near the papal apartments, Father Moretti found the Pope waiting for him. He was seated at a plain wooden desk, the golden cross relic from the Antarctic resting directly before him. "Be seated, my son," the Holy Father said gently. His face was pale, his eyes weary but kind. "I have studied the official reports, although I find most are written in a spirit of terror rather than a search for truth. Tell me honestly what truly transpired beneath the ice." Father Moretti paused, then began to speak slowly, meticulously describing the labyrinthine tunnels, the stone archway, the angelic forms frozen within the glassy material, and the profound awakening that had followed. He did not spare the Pope the painful details of Paolo's disappearance. When he concluded his narrative, the Pope remained silent for a long while. "For a very long time I have prayed for the coming of light," the Pope finally said. "And the light has responded, but not in the manner we anticipated. There exist powerful forces within creation that neither bless nor curse. They merely recall. I sense its presence even now." He reached out, touching the relic with aged, trembling fingers. "It is not malevolent. It is sorrowful." Father Moretti looked up, seeking guidance. "Then what is our course of action?" The Pope's gaze drifted toward the window, where silent lightning flashed softly beyond the domes. "You will meticulously transcribe everything you remember," he instructed. "Every single word, every fleeting vision. It will then be permanently sealed in the deepest archives, concealed where no earthly power can distort it into either official church doctrine or a military asset. The world is not yet prepared to comprehend what slumbers beneath the foundation of its faith." He paused meaningfully, then added, "But one day it will be, and when that day arrives, the Church must offer its remembrance with unconditional mercy, not with paralyzing fear." As Father Moretti bowed his head, the golden cross pulsed once with a faint blue light. The humming returned, quieter now, almost tender, as if the relic itself acknowledged the wisdom of the Pope's words. Then the light slowly faded, leaving only the tranquil sound of rain hitting the stone. That night, as Moretti walked back through the dark, deserted corridors, he felt the familiar hum echo within him one final time, no longer as a stark warning but as a solemn promise. He understood then that the profound mystery discovered beneath the ice was not meant to be an ending, but a significant beginning the world had long ago erased from its memory. The Vatican's massive bells tolled midnight. Their sound drifted through the heavy rain, calm and utterly eternal. And beneath that timeless city, far deeper than the catacombs, the hum answered, once distant, now peaceful, patiently awaiting the day humanity would finally be ready to genuinely listen. Weeks unfolded and Rome gradually settled back into the predictable cycle of ordinary time. To the outside world beyond the high Vatican walls, nothing extraordinary had occurred. Pilgrims still knelt devoutly in the grand square. The faithful continued to fill the countless pews, and the bells still marked the hours across the rooftops, just as they had for centuries. Yet for Father Moretti, every sound carried a subtle undertone, a distinct resonance that others were completely unable to perceive. He carried out the Holy Father's instruction. Day after day, he wrote ceaselessly. He filled volume after volume in a secluded room deep beneath the apostolic library, recording every single moment from the Antarctic expedition, the challenging descent into the ice, the enigmatic relic, the moment of awakening and Father Paolo's inexplicable vanishing. He wrote slowly, with utmost precision, each sentence serving as both a confession and a heartfelt plea. The Pope had guaranteed that the finished manuscript would be sealed safely away, not destroyed. It would remain hidden until the world's collective faith grew robust enough to confront its oldest, most profound memory. But even as he wrote, peculiar phenomena began to occur around him. Candles flickered erratically without any source of wind. The solid stone walls sometimes seemed to tremble with a pulse too deep to be audible. And once, when he closed his eyes from sheer exhaustion, he distinctly heard a voice whisper his name, not originating from within the room, but from somewhere far below, beneath the very bedrock of the Holy See. "We are still here." He snapped his eyes open and saw the ink on the page moving autonomously, forming words that were not his own. The first light must be remembered, or the second will surely fade. He dropped the pen instantly, breathing rapidly. The letters ceased their movement. The page lay still and silent. But the warmth of that invisible presence lingered, gentle and utterly non-threatening, like a single candle burning steadily behind a sheer veil. A few days later, the cardinal summoned him again. The old man's health had deteriorated significantly. His voice was barely a whisper, his skin almost transparent. "They have begun to ask difficult questions," he whispered. "The others, scientists, priests, those who participated in the mission. 2 have vanished completely. Another was discovered lifeless in his own quarters. There was no evidence of a struggle, only a look of profound peace." Father Moretti lowered his head solemnly. "It is not an act of vengeance," he murmured softly. "It is an act of remembrance." The cardinal managed a faint, fragile smile. "You continue to believe it intends us no harm?" "I believe it simply waits," Moretti replied. "It recalls what mankind has forgotten, that faith and empirical knowledge were never meant to be adversaries, merely estranged from one another." That evening he walked one last time through the tranquil Vatican gardens. The fountains gleamed softly under the clear moonlight, and a quiet breeze stirred through the ancient olive trees. He paused before a modest marble statue of an angel and looked up at it. Its large wings were spread in a posture of blessing, but the face had been worn smooth by centuries of relentless rain. For a brief moment he imagined a faint shimmering of light deep within the stone, as though something hidden behind it had begun to subtly stir. He felt no fear whatsoever, only a deep sense of calm. The persistent humming he had carried within him since the time in Antarctica seemed to quiet, not fading away, but simply resting, as if it no longer needed to actively call out. Father Moretti whispered a final heartfelt prayer into the night air. "When the world is fully prepared, let it remember with genuine love." The moon hung perfectly above St. Peter's dome like a perfect silver coin of eternity. The entire city was asleep, but far beneath it, in chambers that time had failed to touch, the sacred relics of light waited patiently, still humming, still dreaming, still intensely alive. Years passed uneventfully. Rome changed very little, as if time itself respected the immense weight of its history. The outside world rushed relentlessly forward, new technologies, new global conflicts, new societal uncertainties. But within the ancient fortified stone walls of the Vatican, Father Moretti's life slowed into a deliberate rhythm, as patient and steady as the counting of a rosary. He had aged significantly. His hair was now entirely silver, and his hands often trembled when he wrote. Yet his intellect remained keen, his faith unwavering, but gentler now. The voluminous manuscript he had painstakingly written, thousands of pages bound tightly in black leather, rested in the deepest vaults of the apostolic archives, sealed permanently with the official papal crest. He had successfully executed the command. He had fully documented the entire story, and even though it was locked away, he frequently wondered if some vital part of it still lived, subtly breathing through the power of the written words. The golden relic, too, was concealed, placed in a specifically designed chamber of perfect silence directly beneath the basilica. Only the Pope, the Cardinal, and Moretti knew its exact location. He visited it occasionally, descending completely alone through the narrow stone stairways lined with marble statues of saints. The air grew colder with every step down, until the silence became so thick it felt tangible and alive. There, upon a simple pedestal of dark, heavy stone, the golden cross rested. Its crystal centre no longer emitted a glow, yet it never accumulated dust. It was as if the passage of time refused to acknowledge its existence. When Moretti knelt before it, the same profound peace he had initially experienced beneath the Antarctic ice returned to him, a peace that both unnerved and comforted him simultaneously. One quiet evening, many years after the Antarctic expedition, he was summoned one last time to the papal residence. The Holy Father had grown physically frail, his voice softened by the weight of advanced age. "My son," he said, with a serene smile that conveyed both exhaustion and grace, "you have kept your solemn promise. You have successfully guarded the world in perfect silence, but the world no longer slumbers as profoundly as it once did. Men have resumed their exploration of the ice again. They will inevitably discover what we once found." Father Moretti felt a quiet, profound ache in his chest. Then the time of forgetting is truly over. The Pope gave a slow nod. "Perhaps, but remembrance is a mercy only when it is wisely guided by love. If they venture forth seeking only power, they will reawaken a force they cannot possibly comprehend." That same night, Moretti walked completely alone through the immense, empty basilica. The moonlight streamed across the marble floor in long silver ribbons. He paused directly beneath the massive dome and listened intently. At first he heard nothing at all. Then faintly, so quietly he questioned if it was only his mind playing tricks, came that familiar low sound, a persistent hum, soft, distant, endless. It was not the sound of imminent danger, nor of deep despair. It was the hum of memory itself, of light buried beneath vast ice, of ancient winged figures who once fell not from rebellious defiance, but from unbearable sorrow. Father Moretti smiled through tears he couldn't fully explain. He crossed himself slowly and whispered the identical words he had spoken in the frozen tunnels decades before. Faith was never meant to follow fear. Then he turned and walked away, his solitary footsteps echoing through the colossal stillness of the basilica. The sound slowly faded, absorbed by the silence. And far beneath the Vatican, where the sacred relics slept in the dense dark, a single pulse of soft light flickered through the crystal. Once more, it shimmered gently, as though stirred by the steady rhythm of a distant heartbeat. Then it settled back into its rest, waiting, patient and eternal, for the day when humanity, at long last, would finally choose to remember. In the final quiet years of his life, Father Luca Moretti deliberately chose solitude over the formality of ceremony. He retired to a small, secluded monastery tucked away in the beautiful hills outside Florence, far away from the echoing marble corridors and the whispered secrets of the Holy See. The air there was clean and utterly quiet. The bells rang with the humble tone of simple devotion rather than solemn duty. He lovingly tended the monastery garden, prayed alongside the other brothers, and walked the cloister paths beneath ancient olive trees whose roots were older than most cathedrals. To all those around him, he appeared to be a man at complete peace, kind, calm, and utterly unburdened. But deep inside him, the faint, persistent hum still resonated, like a steady heartbeat that did not truly belong to his physical flesh. It had softened considerably over the years, no longer insistent, but gently reminding, steady as his own breath. Some nights, when the moon shone brightly enough to cast silver across the rolling hills, he would sit at his small wooden desk and simply write. Not scholarly theology, not personal confession, just pure memory. He wrote of eternal ice and profound light, of the ancient angelic beings sleeping beneath the world, of faith stretched to its breaking limits but never completely failing. He never wrote real names, never precise locations, only abstract symbols, vivid dreams, and a gentle, abiding promise that all things once concealed would return exactly in their own time. One quiet autumn evening, as the leaves turned a deep golden hue, a messenger arrived unexpectedly from Rome. The Pope had passed away peacefully in his sleep. With his passing, the final seal on the Glacialis Anima, the soul in ice, archives would be transferred to a new pontiff, one already known for his intellectual curiosity rather than a cautionary nature. The messenger also delivered a single sealed envelope specifically for Father Moretti, marked only with the distinctive papal crest. Inside was a handwritten note from the late Pope. When the day comes that light is rediscovered beneath the ice once more, you must instruct them not to yield to fear. The first covenant was never truly lost, it was merely waiting. Father Moretti folded the precious letter with great care, placed it beside his small candle, and gazed out the window at the darkening horizon. Far to the south, beyond great deserts and vast oceans, Antarctica waited in its immense silence. The world was rapidly transforming. Satellites now mapped what was once deemed pure myth, and the last untouched sanctuaries of the earth were diminishing with each passing year. He knew with certainty that someone, somewhere, would inevitably discover that buried cathedral again. That night, he experienced one final, profound dream. He stood exactly on the same frozen plain where his incredible journey had first begun, although now the ice was perfectly clear, like flawless glass. Beneath it, he clearly saw the light. It was soft, golden, and undeniably alive. Winged figures moved slowly within the depths, their eyes wide open, watching him without any trace of judgment. And through the endless penetrating cold came the familiar voice he had carried within himself for over half a century, gentle and vast as the wind. "Rest now, Luca. You have successfully remembered." He smiled then. "The world will too," he whispered softly. When the brothers gently discovered him the next morning, his candle had burned completely down, and a thin line of golden sunlight touched the pages of his open journal. The fresh ink on the document's final leaf glowed softly in the morning light, forming letters that defied any simple explanation. The hidden illumination rests beneath us still, not for the purpose of judgment, but as an offering of grace. When this slumber ends, humanity will finally comprehend that paradise was never located high above, but was patiently awaiting discovery in the depths. Outside the sanctuary, the morning call to prayer chimed from the bells. The clear tone drifted gently across the slopes, rising toward the heavens and settling deep into the soil, as though conveying the essential vibration of existence itself. Still, enduring, and without end. The passage of time after Father Moretti's death was as gradual as the turning of an ancient page. His existence receded quietly from the Church's public consciousness, filed away in records and old private correspondence. The Vatican noted him simply as Luca Moretti, a Jesuit scholar and retired archivist who dedicated his final years to prayer. Yet among those few who had known him personally, murmurs persisted. Quiet, respectful whispers concerning the man who guarded a truth too profound for anyone else to hold within the apostolic archives. Deep beneath the basilica's imposing presence and shadow, the sealed volumes of Glacialis Anima lay untouched. Dust accumulated on the covers, but the wax seals remained unbroken. In those deep vaults, the sacred object continued to rest in its silent enclosure, sheltered by cold stone and profound secrecy. Some reported that the guards occasionally detected a faint resonance echoing through the thick walls, like the soft drone of distant organ music. But no one ever felt brave enough to stop and investigate. Decades later, the global landscape shifted once more. Researchers began drilling deeper into the Antarctic polar cap, propelled by curiosity and scientific innovation rather than religious conviction. They sought ancient atmospheric samples, unknown fossil specimens, and evidence of a period preceding mankind. One exploration team, working beneath a recently exposed ice shelf, announced a finding unlike any previously recorded: a perfectly symmetrical metallic formation encased within the solidified ice. The images they relayed back to Rome perfectly matched sketches that had been concealed in Moretti's personal journal a lifetime earlier. When the official report reached the Vatican, the Secretary of State convened a discreet gathering of theologians and historical experts. Among them was a youthful Jesuit, Father Thomas Aveni, whose fascination with the forgotten works of Luca Moretti bordered on an obsession. He had meticulously studied the surviving scraps, convinced that the stories were not merely moral tales, but factual accounts. He immediately recognized the distinct shape. "It is the identical structure," he uttered softly, his voice composed, but his eyes glowing with understanding. "The arch, the passage beneath the ice." The cardinals exchanged hesitant glances. The eldest among them made the sign of the cross. "Then it starts again," one of them murmured. Weeks later, the Vatican dispatched a small envoy southward, this time not under a veil of secrecy, but publicly framed as a historical fact-finding mission. Father Thomas was part of the group, carrying a leather-bound manuscript retrieved from the sealed archive. Inside were the collected notes of Father Moretti, penned in his neat, unhurried script. Faith and recollection are the same entrance. Only affection can open it without fear. When they arrived at the site, the landscape was featureless and vast, exactly as Moretti had described. The intense cold penetrated to the bone. The atmosphere throbbed with silence. Beneath the dense ice, monitoring devices registered a pulse, faint yet consistent, like the quiet rhythm of a buried heart. That night, Father Thomas stood alone next to the excavation pit. He opened Moretti's journal and read excerpts aloud into the whipping wind. The delicate pages fluttered in the chill, and for a fleeting moment he believed he heard an answer. Soft, reverberant, a sound separate from machinery or human activity. Then, from the deep ground, the low sound rose again, the same resonant, vital tone that had once pursued Father Moretti through dreams and stillness. It swept across the frozen expanse like a deep exhalation from the very core of the world. Father Thomas bowed his head, whispering a prayer, not of dread, but of acknowledgement. "You have been waiting," he said quietly. And in that immense frozen quiet, the ice responded, not with words, but with a sudden illumination. A gentle light spread out beneath the surface, diffusing like the rising sun through clear glass. It pulsed once, then settled back into repose. The world above remained still, entirely oblivious. But far below, where pure light and ancient remembrance converged, something timeless and merciful stirred once more. Not intending to destroy nor to dominate, but simply to remind the current generation that the divine presence had never abandoned them. It had merely lingered beneath their feet, held within the cold and steadfast centre of the earth. The following morning, the Antarctic sun appeared like a spectre, low, white, and distant. The horizon shimmered with ice crystals and the entire landscape seemed sculpted from silence itself. Father Thomas stood by the excavation area, his breath instantly freezing into mist in the air, his own heart beating in synchronization with that subtle pulse beneath the ice. The scientists proceeded carefully, chipping and drilling around the metal object that lay concealed inside the glacier. Their instruments consistently failed to work, their compasses spun wildly, their collected data disappeared from computer systems as if wiped clean by unseen agencies. Yet they persisted, motivated not just by professional curiosity, but by an unexplained compulsion. By midday, the form was unmistakable. It was not random or naturally formed. It was an arch, enormous, perfectly balanced, and polished smooth as a mirrored surface. Along its edges ran symbols that no one could translate. Although Father Thomas recognized them instantly, having seen them in Moretti's notebook and in the banned pages of the Glacialis Anima manuscript. They were the identical swirling motifs carved into the entrance that Father Moretti had accessed decades prior. He moved closer, his gloved hand resting lightly on the frigid metal. A warmth spread immediately through his fingers. "It's alive," he murmured. One of the researchers looked up, startled. "What did you say?" But Father Thomas only gazed into the ice. The markings were now faintly radiating light, slow, steady pulses of golden colour, profound and consistent, like the measured beat of a sleeping organ. That evening, a severe storm engulfed the base camp. The wind shrieked like the open ocean, and the glacier cracked with deep, low sounds that travelled straight through the tents. Father Thomas was unable to sleep. The deep, resonant hum filled the atmosphere again, faint yet undeniable. He rose and stepped outside. Snow swirled around him, faintly illuminated in the stormlight beneath his heavy boots. The ice vibrated perceptibly. He walked toward the work site. The arch shone beneath the driven snow, and within its curved shape, indistinct patterns of light began to coalesce. A shimmering, a fluid motion like reflections observed through deep water. Then, for a brief fraction of a second, he witnessed them. Tall, luminous figures standing beyond the translucent veil of ice, their wings folded in profound repose. Their faces were serene, their eyes closed, waiting. He dropped to his knees. "If you can hear me," he whispered into the swirling wind, "I remember." The humming deepened, enveloping him like a silent musical chord. The air grew noticeably warmer, and the storm ceased for one suspended moment. A voice spoke, not to his ears, but inside him, as though carried through his very circulatory system. "You were never isolated. The compact never broke. Only recollection slept." He lowered his head again, tears instantly freezing on his cheeks. "Then why now?" The voice responded gently, with a note of melancholy tenderness. "Because belief has chosen to listen once more." The fierce storm broke directly overhead with a blinding flash of pale energy, and when he opened his eyes, the arch was silent again. The inner glow had vanished. The profound hum was gone, and only the wind's noise remained. But in the fragile quiet that followed, Father Thomas grasped the truth that Father Moretti had carried secretly to his grave. The illumination beneath the ice was not present to signal a new force or an ultimate judgment. It was there to simply remind mankind of its original compassion, of a faith that was once pristine, untainted by fear. As a new day broke over the boundless white, Father Thomas looked out at the distant horizon. The sky was faintly illuminated with blues and golds, colours that seemed impossible in that frozen setting. He closed his worn journal, quietly speaking one final tribute to the predecessor who came before him. "Luca, the world is remembering. and far beneath the visible surface, deep in the frozen centre of the earth, something ancient stirred again. Not in anger, not as a warning, but simply in perfect tranquillity. It waited, still murmuring softly in the universal tongue of creation itself as the light beneath the ice finally began to emerge. That entire day, the air over the immense ice shelf held a strange stillness, as if even the wind itself was holding its breath. The storm had passed entirely, leaving behind a landscape sculpted in pure white and soft gold. Every exposed surface gleamed, reflecting the subtle illumination that seemed to rise not from the sky, but from below, faintly shining through the glassy layers of ice. Father Thomas stood close to the monumental arch, his thoughts echoing like murmurs inside a sacred cathedral. Around him, the rest of the research team moved in complete silence, their faces marked by a profound reverence. They had witnessed the light beneath the ice. They had clearly heard the deep hum, but no one spoke of it out loud. There were simply no adequate words for what they had experienced. A spiritual presence that was not merely seen, but profoundly felt. By the time evening arrived, the camp's entire communication network had completely failed. Radios hissed and then abruptly fell silent. Satellite signals vanished without explanation. The men and women gathered inside the main tent, anxious and shivering, not due to the external cold, but from the heavy, expectant atmosphere that weighed upon the air. Father Thomas sat among them, his journal open, Moretti's historical pages spread out on the table. One of the scientists, a young woman named Dr. Reyes, broke the silence first. "Father," she said softly, "if what you have written is truly accurate, if this thing beneath the ice is a living presence, then what exactly is it waiting for?" Thomas lifted his eyes slowly from the pages. "For us," he replied simply. "For the moment when we are finally prepared to understand what we truly are." The tent canvas creaked audibly as a new gust of wind passed over it. Outside, the aurora borealis began to appear, a slow, wave-like illumination of pale blue and clear gold. It expanded wider, growing brighter, until the entire night sky shimmered vibrantly with colour. The light moved in subtle waves, almost rhythmic, perfectly mirroring the deep heartbeat they had all felt below. Driven by a compelling force he could not resist, Father Thomas walked out into the open. The snow beneath his boots glowed faintly. The others followed, silent, their eyes wide with wonder. The aurora's reflection danced on the surface of the ice, but there was another light beneath it, deep, vital, and powerfully pulsing. Suddenly the great arch began to vibrate. Thin, delicate cracks of golden light formed along its outer edges, and the air immediately filled with that familiar sound again. The hum, no longer faint but a rich, complex harmonic. It was not mere noise. It was profound music, low, endless, older than any known language. Dr. Reyes let out a quiet gasp. "It's reacting to something." "To us," another murmured. Father Thomas shook his head slowly. "No, it is remembering its own being." The glow intensified, flooding upward through the dense ice, spilling over the pristine snow in bright ribbons of gold. And within that intense radiance they clearly saw movement, large shadowy forms beneath the surface, vast and effortlessly graceful, like conscious beings moving in deep ocean water. Then, from the very core of the light, a voice emerged. It was not shouted, but it completely filled the world. Every person present heard it uniquely, filtered through their own personal memory, through deep emotion, or through religious faith. To some, it was sublime music, to others, a silent prayer. But to Father Thomas it was distinct words, clear and gentle. "You were not created to fear the shadows, but to remember your own light. The covenant remains unbroken." The light began to slowly diminish, the hum softening until it was once more only a gentle whisper beneath the ice. The heavy storm clouds tore apart directly above them, revealing a perfect sky full of stars, bright and near like countless candle flames. The entire camp remained in silent reverence. No one dared to move or speak. The air felt still, utterly clean, almost sacred. Father Thomas dropped to his knees, pressing his gloved hand against the ice. It felt surprisingly warm beneath his palm. "They never abandoned us," he whispered. "They have been here the whole time." That night, no one slept at all. The light beneath the glacier continued its slow pulse, gentle and utterly steady, like the world itself drawing a quiet breath. And far away, across countless oceans and continents, in the quiet archives of the Vatican, a sealed manuscript trembled on its high shelf. Its wax seal cracked open with a subtle sound, and from between its aged pages poured a soft golden radiance, the same light that now burned beneath Antarctica. The age of global remembrance had finally arrived. The next morning dawned clear and strangely silent, the deep quiet that follows when something sacred has moved through the world. The snow lay untouched around the camp perimeter, smooth and shimmering beneath the pale, distant sun. The light beneath the ice was gone, or perhaps merely hidden itself again, waiting for the correct eyes to perceive it. Father Thomas sat just outside his tent flap, wrapped in his heavy coat, Moretti's journal open upon his knees. The words seemed to subtly shift with the morning light, each line whispering not just historical memories, but echoes of what had just transpired. Dr. Reyes approached him, her breath curling in the cold morning air. She crouched down beside him, her voice barely a whisper. "What exactly do we report to them? The people back in civilization?" He looked up at her, weary but completely calm. "We report the simple truth, that the earth beneath our feet is alive with profound memory, that faith was never intended to be proof, but simply a conscious act of remembrance." She studied his composed face. "Do you honestly think they will accept that explanation?" He offered a faint smile. "They will, eventually, when they finally begin to listen for it." The research team began packing their essential equipment, though much of it was now inoperative. Every magnetic compass was useless, every recording corrupted by the intense resonance. The specific data they had managed to capture would be meaningless to anyone who had not personally experienced the hum. But Father Thomas understood that the data didn't matter. The raw experience itself was the entire message. Before their departure, he returned to the great arch one final time. It stood completely silent, half buried in the fresh snow, its golden symbols dim once more. He touched the surface very gently, feeling the residual warmth still alive beneath the cold metal. "You've waited more than long enough," he whispered. "Now we will remember for you." As he turned away to leave, a faint glimmer of light rippled across the arch's surface. Just a single, subtle pulse, so faint it could have been his imagination alone. But he felt it move through his body like a steady heartbeat, an answer to his simple words. Weeks later, when Father Thomas returned to the city of Rome, he carried only one item from his long journey, Moretti's original journal. Its final page was now filled with a single new line, written in a different hand than his own. "The light will ascend wherever men choose to love the fundamental truth more than the temporary power it might grant them." The Vatican received his detailed report, filed it away in discreet back rooms, and spoke very little about the contents. But the Holy Father, an aged man with eyes sharp as the morning light, read every single page and kept the journal placed prominently on his desk. "Perhaps," he said softly to his closest aides, "it is indeed time the Church remembered as well." Months passed in quiet succession. The incredible story of the discovery never once reached the international news cycles. Yet strange things began to occur across the globe. Subtle, gentle phenomena. Children in many nations spoke of dreams filled with the sight of luminous wings. Parts of the oceans grew warmer where no currents could account for the change. In religious centres and temples alike, men and women felt a quiet pulse beneath the very ground during moments of prayer. And far away in the cold core of Antarctica, the massive arch stood silently beneath the ice. Snow once again covered it. Once again the hum had faded into silence. But deep below, beneath countless layers of ancient frost, the golden light continued to breathe. A slow, unending patience. It no longer waited for an act of pure faith. It waited for pure love, the kind that seeks no reward, the kind that truly remembers. And when the destined time would inevitably arrive, when the world's excessive noise had finally quieted itself into a profound stillness, the resonant hum would inevitably return, not as a forceful warning, but as a universal song, the same eternal song the earth had inherently known since its beginning, the same song Father Moretti had quietly heard in his very final dream, soft, endlessly patient, everlasting, the steady heartbeat of creation rising once again through solid ice and ancient stone, gently reminding all the living that God's oldest secret was never intentionally concealed above, but quietly residing beneath, in the silent light that can never truly be extinguished. Years slipped by as subtly as falling ash. The world continued its pace. Governments rose and also fell. Technology strained higher into the distant heavens, and the Church skillfully adapted to entirely new epochs, new universal fears, and new forms of belief. But beneath all that surface change, the profound hum quietly persisted. It pulsed in specific locations few people ever noticed. In the absolute quiet between two ocean waves, in the palpable stillness just before the dawn breaks, in the musical pauses when the final note of a melody lingers too long to be merely accidental. The world did not yet possess the knowledge of what it was truly hearing, but it was undoubtedly listening once more. In the Vatican, Father Thomas had aged significantly. His hair was now completely white, and his hands bore the faint tremor of decades spent in deep theological study. Yet he never once forgot the Antarctic ice or the vivid light that patiently waited beneath it. Every so often letters would arrive from the remote corners of the planet, from cloistered monks, from solitary sailors, from deep earth miners, each one describing that exact, same, unmistakable sound. Some labelled it the song of the earth, others the breath of angels. Thomas would read them by the flickering candlelight and simply whisper, "They are finally remembering." One quiet evening, as he walked the deserted corridors of the Apostolic Palace, he passed through the modest chapel where the sacred relic had once been held. It was now long gone, relocated years earlier to far deeper vaults, but the atmosphere there still retained its warmth. He knelt before the simple altar and offered a prayer, not requesting specific answers, but asking only for enduring patience. Outside, a gentle rain began to fall, soft, rhythmic, utterly steady like a continuous pulse. He listened intently to the sound and thought of Moretti, the remarkable man whose unwavering faith had carried the very first light back into the human consciousness. "We have not failed you," Thomas whispered. "We have simply not finished the task." Not long afterward, the world began a dramatic transformation again. Satellite images revealed massive meltings along the polar edges. Concealed beneath the thaw were intricate geometric patterns that no scientist could adequately explain. When the new photographs reached Rome, the Pope summoned Thomas one final time. "This is where the cycle begins once more," the pontiff said quietly, sliding the pictures across the wide desk. "They are definitely returning." Thomas studied the compelling images. The thick ice was visibly breaking away, revealing the faint, subtle outline of the great arch, larger now, visibly alive once more. "Then the original covenant still remains in force," he stated. The Pope nodded his head slowly. "And this time the entire world will be there to witness it." That winter, the astonishing news spread everywhere. The unprecedented discovery of a perfectly symmetrical structure beneath the Antarctic shelf immediately captured the collective imagination of the entire planet. Governments quickly dispatched official delegations, scientists frantically developed new theories, and believers saw clear signs of prophecy for the first time in many centuries. Faith and pure scientific knowledge stood side by side, both looking down into the same profound light. Father Thomas did not make the long journey there again. His own heart was failing, his breath becoming short and laboured. But as he lay peacefully in his simple chamber, the deep hum returned, clearer than it had ever sounded, profound and kind. The very walls of the room seemed to breathe in sync with it. His rosary beads slipped gently from his fingers, and for a transcendent moment the air shimmered a tender gold. He clearly saw the vast ice, the massive wings, the luminous figures turning slowly in the unseen depths. And among them stood Father Moretti, smiling in calm, profound recognition. "Is it finally finished?" Thomas whispered with his last strength. Moretti's voice was soft as a benediction. "No, my true friend, it has only just begun. The fundamental memory of love is finally rising again." The hum grew noticeably brighter, surrounding him completely like sunlight filtered through clear water. He felt absolutely no pain, only a consuming warmth, only ultimate peace. His very last thought was not of any kind of death, but of a profound spiritual awakening, the identical awakening that had patiently waited beneath the world for countless millennia. When the attending brothers entered his room at first light, they discovered him resting serenely, the faintest peaceful smile etched onto his lips. Outside, the great bells of St. Peter's Basilica began to chime, and the light streaming through the window was a strange, tender gold. Far to the south, the massive Antarctic ice glowed exactly that same colour. The deep hum that had once whispered beneath it now openly ascended into the open air, soft, immense, and unmistakably a living sound. And in every corner of the vast earth, wherever human hearts still searched for the sacred, people paused without understanding why. They listened intently. They felt profoundly that this was not the end of the world. It was simply the world finally remembering its own true self. In the months that immediately followed, the world's entire attention focused on the southern pole. Cameras, specialized satellites, and countless explorers converged on the white continent, eager to bear witness to what the ice had successfully hidden for such an immense duration. The great arch, half buried and faintly radiant in places, became the single most studied object on Earth. Yet even with all the focused attention, the fundamental truth of it utterly refused to be captured. Machines malfunctioned inexplicably. Images became blurred. Recordings dissolved into static immediately the moment they were removed from the frozen air. The scientists labelled it technical interference. The faithful called it divine reverence. But those who had personally felt the deep hum knew it for exactly what it was. The light protecting its own essential nature. In Rome, the Vatican could no longer maintain silence. The Holy Father addressed the entire world from St. Peter's balcony. His voice was broadcast across every known continent. "There exist profound truths beneath creation," he declared, "not intended to separate belief from pure reason, but to fundamentally unite them once more. What sleeps so patiently beneath the ice is not a dire threat to our existing faith, it is the core memory of it." The world listened in stunned silence, and for the very first time in generations, religious belief did not immediately fracture. Scholars, priests, scientists, and poets all began to speak a common language of understanding. Or The line separating the sacred from the provable grew indistinct, and mankind regarded itself not as the planet's master, but as a child returning to a forgotten home. Meanwhile, within the deep cellars beneath the Vatican, where the sunlight was rare, the artifact of Moretti and Thomas began to react again. Its crystalline centre pulsed with a soft, steady rhythm mirroring the energy rising from the Antarctic. The guards keeping watch over it reported an unfamiliar warmth filling the room. The artifact had reawakened on the opposite side of the planet. The ice split open under the pale southern sun. The arch, released from centuries of freezing, gave off a light so intense it turned the sky golden. Those standing closest said they could hear it singing. It was not a tune one could describe, but the vibration of existence itself. Quiet, limitless, and gentle. Dr. Reyes, now older and with grey at her temples, stood on the rim of the excavation. Her breathing caught as she gripped a small wooden cross. She whispered the same words Father Thomas had once spoken. "We remember," the illumination replied. The air surrounding the arch shimmered. For one brief moment, the world appeared to stop moving. Then, from deep within the arch's heart, a stream of light ascended toward the sky, clear, golden, and silent. It spread across the clouds like the first rays of morning, enveloping the horizon in a harmless glow that did not burn across the world. Night momentarily turned into day. People looked up from their cities and fields, their ships and towers, and felt the identical warmth upon their faces. For that instant, all anxiety vanished, and just as quickly as it arrived, the light dimmed, leaving only peace. The resonant tone quieted, the ice settled, but something fundamental had shifted. Humanity had witnessed not God in anger, but God in patience. In the weeks that followed, no one could truly explain the event. The light was labelled an anomaly, a miracle, a natural mystery. Yet those who had been near the arch spoke differently. They claimed the earth itself had communicated, and for one perfect moment the world had recalled its intended purpose. In Rome, the Pope stood alone before the artifact. Its crystal was no longer golden, but transparent, absolutely still, perfectly silent. He smiled softly, tears welling in his eyes. "It is finished," he whispered. But the silence that answered was not a conclusion. It was tranquility, the kind that vibrates beneath every living creature. And under the ice, in a sanctuary older than memory, the light rested once more. It did not disappear. It waited, because the resonance, like belief, was never truly absent. It was merely sleeping in the core of creation, patient, timeless, waiting for the world to pay attention again. Months flowed into years, and still the world spoke softly about the southern light. Scientists debated it in labs, theologians in cloisters, and poets in the shadowed corners of cafes. No one could claim complete comprehension, and perhaps that was why people treated it with respect rather than fear. The memory of that great radiance began to quietly integrate itself into human existence, changing the world not through intervention but through tenderness. Conflicts diminished, the oceans previously neglected began to mend. Through collective effort, nations separated by doctrine found in that unearthly glow a shared experience, a silence so profound that it halted disagreement before it began. The light beneath the ice had not come to command, it had come to remind. In the Vatican, the artifact that had been dormant for generations now rested beneath clear crystal glass. Pilgrims were not permitted to view it, but those who worked in the archives spoke in hushed tones of a gentle warmth that filled the hallways after dark, a warmth that soothed the tired and calmed the spirit. Scholars swore the air itself seemed to hum, too faint to register, but constant as a heartbeat. Dr. Reyes returned to Rome. In her later years, she was invited to the Apostolic Library, where the journals of Father Moretti and Father Thomas had been placed together in one case. When she opened the old pages, she found a sentence in handwriting she did not recognize, softly glowing in the lamplight. All things return to light when they learn how to listen. She remained there for a long while, tears shining in her eyes. She had dedicated her life to proving, explaining, reducing wonder to statistics. But this could not be quantified. It could only be experienced. In the decades that followed, a generation grew up knowing that enigma was not the opposite of truth. Faith and empirical study walked together again, side by side. Art and music evolved into new forms inspired by that golden awakening. Some claimed the resonant tone could still be detected in cathedrals and deep-sea trenches, in mountain winds and the pause between heartbeats. And far away in the endless white expanse of Antarctica, the world's newest observatory was built over the ancient location. At night, when the aurora stretched across the sky, the scientists inside would sometimes notice a faint tremor through the floors, too regular for wind, too deep for machinery. It was never recorded, never announced. They felt no need to. They would simply grow silent, eyes lifted toward the shimmering sky, and let the rhythm flow through them. It was more than sound. It was remembrance. It was the earth recalling its original prayer, and somewhere deep below it, in a sanctuary sculpted of glass and time, the light responded in kind. It did not burst forth again in brilliance or thunder, but breathed softly through the ice, pulsing once like a vow. Because the story of the Vatican priests in Antarctica was never just about discovery or piety, it was about the resonance that connects all living things. The same resonance that began when the world was new, that flows through every heart, that will truly never vanish. Even now, if one tunes in carefully enough in silence, in the quiet space between thoughts, one might perceive it not as noise, but as tranquility. The soft, eternal pulse of creation itself, reminding all living things that the light was never gone. It was always present, waiting. Years merged quietly into one another until even the southern light became something spoken of in hushed tones, half marvel, half recollection. The younger generations learned of it through narratives, not news reports. But the ones who had witnessed it, who had felt the vibration in their very core, never forgot. Dr. Reyes lived to be very old. Her hair turned white, and her eyes softened with the deep peace of someone who had glimpsed eternity. In her final years, she often walked the grounds of the small Vatican retreat where she had been invited to reside. The brothers there observed that when she prayed, the wind seemed to settle. They believed the air itself listened. One afternoon, as she sat beside the old fountain, a young seminarian approached her, nervous, filled with curiosity. "Is it true?" he asked. "Did you actually see angels beneath the ice?" Dr. Reyes smiled, her aged hand resting on her cane. "Angels," she said softly, "are not what you imagine. They were light that recalled how to love." He frowned, unsure. "And the priests? Father Moretti? Father Thomas? They were certain it was divine." "They did not need to believe," she whispered. "They knew." The boy sat quietly beside her. The fountain's water rippled, reflecting the afternoon sun. After a time, Dr. Reyes looked toward the distance. "The ice will never entirely disappear," she said. "It will stay until we grasp what they were trying to show us. That creation is not something that ended. It is something still unfolding." That night she passed away peacefully in her sleep. On her nightstand lay an old leather notebook, Father Moretti's journal, which she had kept close until the end. Its final page held a single line written in new ink that no one could account for. "And when all the world has remembered, the light will rise not from the earth but from within." After her passing, the Church opened her documents and finally chose to share the narrative, not as dogma, but as testimony. The archives of Glacialis Anima were declassified, and for the first time humanity read the complete record of what the Vatican priests had uncovered in Antarctica. Scholars, faithful, and doubters alike gathered to examine it. No one agreed on every detail, but everyone concurred on one point. The story brought peace, and as if in response, strange events began to occur again. All across the world, faint auroras appeared in locations where they had never been seen, over arid lands, over tropical forests, over the quiet sleeping cities. Pilots reported a soft golden glow in the clouds. Fishermen swore they saw light moving under the sea. In medical facilities, patients near death spoke of hearing a melody before awakening with tears of happiness. No one could verify anything. No one needed to. One morning atop a secluded hill in Florence, a young priest stood before the sunrise holding a small gold cross once thought lost to time. Its crystal core shimmered gently in the rising sun. As he watched, the first light of morning passed through it, scattering across the ground like liquid gold. He heard no voice, no message, only the resonance, gentle and familiar. And somewhere deep beneath the world, the ancient arch pulsed once more, not with raw power, but with memory. The resonance rose through the oceans and the rock, through the cities and forests, until it reached the hearts of those quiet enough to listen. It was not a summons, nor a warning. It was an affirmation, and though no one alive could state precisely what the Vatican priests had discovered in Antarctica, the world finally comprehended what Father Moretti had meant all those years ago. Some truths are not meant to be accepted, they are meant to be recalled, and so the resonance continued, soft, eternal and gentle, uniting heaven and earth once more, not as a miracle, not as a fable, but as affection. In the years that followed the release of the Glacialis Anima archives, the world began a quiet shift. There were no major announcements, no proclamations of revelation, only a slow, steady realization that spread like the morning. Humanity began to perceive things differently. Art was the first to change. Painters spoke of colour that seemed to radiate from inside the canvas. Composers created music centred on silence, letting the spaces between notes vibrate with significance. Even construction evolved. Structures became smoother, more curved, reflecting the natural patterns of light and air. It was as if something within creation had awakened and whispered, "Remember how to draw breath." The Vatican became a place of quiet pilgrimage, not for spectacle or authority, but for contemplation. Visitors arrived, not seeking wonders, but quiet. In the stillness of the basilica, they said the air itself seemed to pulse, just faintly with warmth. No sound, no visible light, only the subtle feeling that something vast and benevolent waited just beyond their awareness. The artifact remained under glass, silent and transparent. Scholars from every corner of the globe, scientists, clergy, poets, physicists, took turns standing before it, attempting to grasp its meaning. Most departed without clarity, but a few left smiling through tears, whispering the same words, "It remembers." On the southern ice, the arch remained. Now it was protected not by military or secrecy, but by silence. The world had learned not to seize, not to quantify, but to regard with respect. The ice surrounding it had begun to restore itself, sealing cracks in soft layers of new snow. And still, every few years the resonance returned. Subtle, gentle, like the earth's heartbeat exhaling peace. 100 years passed, too, then. Civilizations advanced, technology progressed, and yet the story of the Vatican priests never faded. It became part of humanity's shared mythology, the moment the divine and the human remembered one another again. In time, the priests' journals were translated into every language. Children in schools repeated Father Moretti's prayer. Faith was never meant to follow fear. The saying became not dogma, but consolation, a reminder that bravery and love were the most genuine forms of reverence. And somewhere in the distant future, when the ice of Antarctica had retreated to expose plains like glass underneath, explorers would once again locate the great arch. The substance was transformed. Its surface seemed to move, a quicksilver flow of tiny light undulations, vibrant and current. When they laid their hands upon its form, a voice addressed them, gentle yet familiar. "You found the memory." The explorers stood motionless, tears tracing pathways down their faces. They couldn't articulate the reason for their grief, only that in that singular instant all isolation dissolved. The voice continued, not with authority, but with tranquility. Becoming is not behind you, nor above you. It persists within you, still unfolding. And as they stood beneath that ageless vault of sky, the resonant frequency started once more, not only from the frozen material, but from the air, the water, and the very living ground. Every single heartbeat pulsed in accord with it. Every inhale carried its note. The radiance spread, invisible but certain, through every manifestation of life. It was no longer the classified finding of the church, no longer a secret buried beneath the drifts. It was the frequency of being, the inner sound of the sacred within the cosmos. The clergy had not uncovered anything novel. They had simply revealed what had continuously resided there. And thus, as evening descended over the planet, the pervasive note endured, soft, constant, unending, passing through rock and soil, through stars and spirits, through every silent devotion and every modest gesture of affection. It was the identical sound Father Moretti had first perceived beneath the layers of ice, the very note that had accompanied him through years of quiet devotion and conviction. Now, finally, it was accessible to everyone, the vital impulse of the universe itself, not concluding, not initiating, merely recalling. Ages passed, and all record of time wove itself into legend. The account of the church clergy who travelled to the icy southern region became a narrative shared by candlelight, part history, part invention, and yet too precise, too poignant to dismiss as pure fabrication. It was rumoured that beneath the faded glaciers, the ancient arch still faintly vibrated, keeping perfect time with the rhythm of all life. Humankind had long since crossed oceans created by its own endeavours. Floating settlements rested upon seas that glowed with the reflection of the ancient ice. The celestial bodies above were no longer far off. They had become destinations. But even among the settlements scattered across the deep void of space, the pervasive sound persisted. It was perceived in the quiet moments between messages, in the harmonious pulse of developing worlds, settling into equilibrium in the hush that precedes genuine wonder. On one such planet, verdant, tranquil, and still without a name, a gathering of colonists constructed a modest place of worship beside a stream that shone like liquid crystal. They had brought with them keepsakes of the original earth, soil from the ancient city, a fragment of stone from the great basilica, and a transcription of the Glacialis Anima writings. On their first night of communion, they opened the volume and read aloud the words that had once resonated through frozen tunnels. Trust was never meant to be led by worry. As they spoke, a deep tone gently emerged from the soil beneath their feet. It was neither mechanical nor wind. It was the pervasive sound, soft and low, as though the very earth itself remembered. The colonists exchanged glances in silence, moisture gathering in their eyes. Over generations, the resonant note became the core principle of their belief. Not a dogma, not a system of rules, but a deep remembrance. They named it the light's respiration, convinced that the entire cosmos was sentient, communicating through all things. Young ones were taught to be still and listen for it. Some claimed to perceive it while sleeping, a steady cadence like the fundamental beat of the divine. Back on the homeworld, the ancient headquarters remained, its structures weathered but never failing, standing as a tribute to constancy. Inside its deepest enclosure, the artifact of Moretti and Thomas had become clear. No longer opaque or brightly coloured, but filled with minute moving specks of luminescence, constellations contained within the glass. No device could register its energy, no expert could accurately label it. It was simply known as the essential memory. Every century, the spiritual leader, no longer an authority figure but a caretaker of remembrance, would enter that chamber unaccompanied. There, in the steady glow, he would murmur the identical phrase passed down through the centuries. Not to dominate, not to justify, only to recall. And when he performed this rite, the internal illumination within the relic would pulse once, slowly, peacefully, responding as it had continuously done. On that far-off settled world, the identical pulse vibrated through the ground. In the abyssal ocean trenches of another celestial body, luminous life forms pulsed in time across vast interstellar distances. In stillness, the pervasive sound wove itself through matter and recollection. It was no longer the exclusive knowledge of clergy nor of one institution. It was the respiration of the cosmos itself, uniting everything that has been and is and will ever be. And so the history of the church clergy did not conclude beneath the ice. It continued in every break of day, in every quiet moment when a consciousness listened without apprehension. Because the fundamental truth they encountered was not about salvation or divine judgment. It was about connection, the first spark, the final echo, the resonant note that perpetually exists. And if you pay attention now, wherever you might be, beneath celestial bodies, beneath tides, beneath perfect stillness, you may perceive it too. Faint, patient, unending, the anthem of the universe still unfolding, the memory of illumination gently proclaiming, you were never truly lost. 1,000 years after the initial sound ascended through the frozen material of Antarctica, the home planet itself had transformed beyond all recognition. The vast urban centres had long since reverted to wild landscapes. Waterways once contaminated by industry now flowed transparently. Humanity had grasped at last that creation could not be possessed, only honoured. Yet in the central area of the ancient city, the sacred structure still stood, not as an empire of stone and precious metals, but as a space of deep contemplation. Its bells signalled only on the longest and shortest days, and its interiors were filled not with governance or ritual, but with quiet observers, guardians of memory who studied the old narrative of the clergy, who encountered the illumination beneath the frozen mass. In that new epoch, technology and spirit were perfectly integrated. Machines no longer pulsed with metal and electrical current, but with the same vital frequency that had once resonated through the ancient frozen structure. Every residence, every vessel that sailed among the stars was built to subtly vibrate in harmony with the pervasive note, the fundamental impulse of the universe itself. Humankind had not subdued the universe. It had learned to move in concert with it. But even then, there remained unanswered questions. In the distant year 12127, a small exploration vessel named Sancta Lucia journeyed beyond the established limits of the solar system. Its mission was not conquest or finding, but spiritual voyage. Among the crew was an historical expert, Sister Amara Valley, who carried with her an artifact, a sliver of the original translucent material that had once rested deep inside the headquarters. It had been preserved in darkness for numerous generations, passed from one guardian to the next. As their vessel passed into the depths of interstellar space, its detectors began to register subtle rhythmic patterns in the empty void. Not energy, not a communication, only the pervasive sound, soft, slow, unmistakable. Sister Amara stood before the viewing window, observing distant celestial light shimmer. The artifact within her grasp began to softly illuminate, its glow perfectly matching the external rhythm. The commanding officer approached her quietly. "Is it actually possible," he whispered, "after all this passage of time? Amara offered a slight smile, her gaze shining with moisture. It was never confined to the home planet. The resonant note is not of a single world. It is a part of all creation. Wherever life recalls, it sings its purpose. As they moved silently through the void, the ship's internal lighting dimmed. The pervasive note filled every passageway, gentle and comforting. Through the transparent material, they observed not just deep shadow, but movement, streams of golden light passing between celestial bodies like flowing currents. They understood they were not travelling through mere empty space, but through something alive. And then for only a moment they witnessed it. A massive entity composed of pure illumination and sound, its spans stretching across entire star groupings. Not a living being, but a formation, a deep echo of the same awareness that had once communicated softly to Father Moretti beneath the frozen mass. The pervasive sound communicated not with actual language, but with profound sensation. Tranquility, delight, coming together. Creation is not complete, it seemed to imply. It remembers its own nature through your existence. Sister Amara pressed her open hand against the glass, her voice slightly unstable. "Then we were never truly seeking you," she stated softly. "You were showing us how to perceive." The resonant note deepened, enveloping the vessel in a warm sensation. The artifact in her grasp dissolved into light, dispersing through the air like fine golden powder. When the Sancta Lucia finally returned to the home world, its crew said very little, but those who had been aboard were fundamentally transformed. They moved through the world as if listening to something no one else could perceive, a harmony that emerged from the core of everything, even perfect quiet. And so, long after the final fragment of the headquarters had faded into time, the history of the clergy, the frozen material, and the inner light endured not as religious text, not as scientific fact, but as profound truth. The pervasive note could still be perceived, carried in the happy sounds of young ones in the rise and fall of far-off oceans, in the stillness between individual vital beats. The cosmos itself had become the sacred space, and within it, the melody of the universe continued to swell, soft, constant, unending, reminding all who paid attention that separation never truly existed. True loss was impossible. Only the long, slow return to the essential memory of connection, the identical connection that began in the profound quiet of the southern pole in a cold enclosure of light, the identical connection that still resonates beneath every celestial body. And if at some future moment, far from here, a person travelling closes their eyes in the absolute shadow of space, they will perceive it too. A sound like vital air, like light, like deep remembrance. The divine resonant note still urging the cosmos into full awareness. And so the relentless cycle of existence moved beyond what people once referred to as time. The vast star systems moved and rotated like slow-moving lanterns upon an endless ocean, and each one vibrated softly with the same golden rhythm that had originated. Beneath the ancient frozen mass of the home world, stars emerged and vanished like fading heat in the slow current of timelessness. But their conclusion no longer signified endings. They were interruptions, breaths in the grand vital impulse of the universe. Humankind persisted, not as rulers, not even as discoverers, but as guardians of the harmony. They erected no dominant structures, they established places of reflection. Across 1,000 separate worlds, structures of light arose not to powerful deities or judgment, but to the recollection of shared existence, the simple truth that everything, everywhere was part of one massive, breathing composition. In the historical records of what was formerly the great headquarters, now preserved within a perfect sphere of glass orbiting the remnants of the ancient planet, one artifact still radiated. The ultimate fragment of the original crystal rested without gravity, rotating slowly in the profound silence. Spiritual travellers came not to pray but to simply listen. They would enter the chamber surrounded by the celestial bodies of their ancestors and close their eyes. And in that stillness, they would perceive it, the pervasive sound, soft, slow, and unending. It was suggested that those who focused long enough could experience visions within the illumination. Images of the clergy who had first journeyed to the south, the massive arch shining beneath the frozen mass of transcendent beings standing within the frozen rooms. But the visions were never exactly the same twice, because they were not truly visual representations. They were essential memories, the pervasive note communicated through what each individual consciousness remembered most profoundly: connection, certainty, tranquility, absence, and transformed it into fundamental understanding. The history of Father Moretti and Father Tomas became an integral part of every culture's heritage, retold not as a religious narrative, but as the moment of humanity's true awakening. In every retelling, one essential truth remained: that what they discovered in the frozen south was not confirmation of a spiritual realm or the presence of transcendent beings, but confirmation that the cosmos itself was fundamentally sacred. Even the celestial bodies seemed to hold their memory. One cycle, long after the last spiritual traveller had departed the orbiting sanctuary, the crystalline material began to pulse with a new intensity of light. It pulsed brighter, faster, until its glow completely filled the entire sphere. Across distant star systems, instruments registered a sudden wave of harmony, a current of golden energy flowing through all forms of matter, waking it up like the morning sun. The pervasive sound was intensifying on far-off worlds. Oceans shimmered with internal light. The foliage of ancient forested areas turned clear and sang quietly in the moving air. Urban areas bathed in intense light, and for a single, timeless, vital beat, the universe became entirely still. Then from that perfect quiet came a voice. Not separate, not commanding, but integrated within everything that lived. You have remembered. The illumination expanded outward not as destructive force, but as perfect oneness. Every being, every tiny particle, every soft utterance of existence began to move as one. The identical pulse, the identical frequency, the identical connection. And somewhere within that infinite harmony, the spirits of the initial clergy, the scientific thinkers, the imaginative minds, and the countless generations that followed stood together once more. They were not in a spiritual realm, nor in any fixed location. They were an integrated part of the pervasive sound, woven into its golden energetic current. Father Moretti looked across the endless reach and offered a smile. It was never actually hidden, he stated softly. Beside him, Father Thomas nodded, only waiting for us to recall it. And as the cosmos drew a breath, expanding, brightly illuminated with life, the pervasive sound deepened, filling all things. It was the sound of connection recognizing its own existence. The identical harmony that began beneath the frozen material of the southern pole. The identical harmony that carried through the cycle of existence, through the cessation of life, through the vast quiet between celestial bodies. The essential beat of the cosmos, calm, unending and perfectly complete, continued its rhythm. And in that flawless accord, all that ever existed and all that would ever come to be, whispered together as one. We recall past eras. Celestial bodies were created and extinguished like cooling heat in the slow cadence of eternity. What had once been humankind expanded and fundamentally altered, no longer confined to one physical form or one physical location. The descendants of the home world had become something entirely new, beings composed of light and deep recollection, still carrying within them the vital pulse that originated in the cold south. They no longer communicated with vocal sounds or wrote with defined symbols. They remembered collectively, their thoughts moving through the pervasive note that connected every area of the universe. In the quiet center of a distant star system, where light gently curved around itself, floated a vast settlement unlike any that had ever existed. It was not constructed from physical material or metal, but from pure vibrational energy. Sound transformed into structure. Each surface vibrated with living tone. Each passage sang softly as one moved through it. The settlement was without a formal designation, for names were too limited. But if its meaning could be rendered into language, it would have signified the place where light perceives. Within its central point stood an immense enclosure open completely to the cosmos. Here, the final essential memory of the homeworld. The crystalline material that had once rested in the central vault radiated softly at the core of an infinite arrangement of voices. Spiritual travellers no longer arrived in physical forms. They arrived as pure light, moving towards the artifact in rhythmic waves. They converged around it, and as they did so, the crystalline material began to pulse once more. Slow, comforting, recognizable. From that pulse emerged a depiction, not a visual representation of deities or transcendent beings, but of the home world as it once existed. Green, blue, fully alive. Then the frozen south appeared, still and white beneath its inherent illumination. The ancient clergy stood there once more, as though the timeline had gently folded around their moment. Father Moretti directed his gaze toward the endless horizon. He communicated not with physical movement of lips, but through the pervasive sound itself. His communication was tranquility. Becoming is not complete. It breathes through our existence still. And for a single moment, the pervasive note of the cosmos slowed, as if listening to its own echo. Then, like a single vital beat extending through timelessness, it provided an answer. Yes, and now you breathe through its existence. The illumination around the artifact began to dissipate, expanding outward, until the entire settlement itself shimmered into pure gold. The spiritual travellers understood. The artifact had never been a final object. It had been a catalyst. Every life that had ever made contact with it had carried an inner spark of that identical memory, and now, at the culmination of all things, the catalyst had fully expressed its purpose. Across countless star systems, stars shone with a gentle intensity, not signifying their end, but perfect agreement. The pervasive note swelled, vast and unending, until it entirely permeated everything. The voids between individual particles, between individual thoughts, between moments of time. And in that pervasive note was no separation between source and expression, no superior or inferior, no sacred or common. There existed only connection, complete, continuous, infinite. The universe released a breath. The pervasive sound subsided. What remained was perfect stillness. Not emptiness, but deep tranquility. In that perfect stillness, if one could perceive beyond illumination and beyond time, there was a quiet sound. Gentle as the passage of air beneath the frozen material, soft as the essential memory returning to its origin. The narrative never reached a conclusion. It simply became integrated into everything. And so the pervasive note continued, unending and whole, carried through celestial bodies that would perpetually exist, through consciousness that would never cease to recall. The anthem of the universe, initiated in profound quiet, activated by inner conviction and completed in pure connection, moved eternally outward. And if somewhere, in some future point, beyond all futures, another consciousness should pause and perceive the quiet space between separate worlds, they will still hear it. The pervasive sound of all that ever existed, the divine resonant note still dreaming, the sound of life remembering its own nature beyond even the time spans that illumination can truly quantify. When the ultimate stars dimmed and folded back into the deep shadow of creation, the pervasive note did not cease. It became the deep shadow itself, a comforting warmth within the profound quiet, a vital pulse that persisted even when there was nothing left to reflect its existence. In that vast stillness, every essential memory remained. The subtle sound of moving air over the ancient headquarters' open areas, the quiet prayer of Father Moretti beneath the frozen ceiling of the southern pole, the tears of Father Thomas as the inner light resurfaced through the snow, the happy sounds of Dr. Reyes in her final years as she spoke of transcendent beings composed of connection. The young ones who matured hearing the pervasive note and considered it their origin, all of it shimmered within the deep shadow, undiminished, unbroken, and then, from the central point of that infinite quiet, something began to move. Not the passage of time, not physical substance, something far more ancient, an awareness, a life breath, the identical life breath that had once filled the lungs of the first human to kneel before the frozen mass. It was the pervasive note, recalling its own existence once more. Soft, recognizable, constant. In the deep shadow, a spark of pure gold emerged, small as a single vital beat, bright as pure compassion. It vibrated, pulsed, and the pervasive note deepened around its presence. The profound quiet expanded outward like outstretched wings, and the voice, the identical voice that had once communicated through frozen air and ancient structures, whispered once more. Calm, benevolent, unending. Connection has no initiation point. It simply awakens. Illumination flowed outward. It spread like the break of day through the empty vastness, curling into spiral formations, giving birth to stars, oceans, and harmonies. The universe began again, not as a simple repetition, but as a genuine remembrance. Creation did not merely restart, it remembered its own nature back into being. And when the new worlds took shape, when the initial seas stirred beneath unfamiliar skies, the pervasive note was already present, woven into the very particles, concealed within every vital pulse of existence. Every planet that would eventually flourish, every living entity that would eventually perceive, carried within its core the faint echo of that identical truth. The clergy were no longer present, yet their devoted intention lived on, permanently impressed not in formal writings, but in the essential frequency of reality itself. Trust was never meant to be led by worry, and in every new break of day that devoted intention whispered once more, through the water currents, through the moving air, through the profound quiet between celestial bodies. Somewhere, on a new world, beneath a sky not yet formally named, a living entity opened its perceptive organs. For the first time, it drew a breath, and in that breath, it perceived it, the pervasive sound, not as an unfamiliar sensation, but as something it had always fundamentally known. It smiled subtly, though it did not yet comprehend the reason why, and whispered words it had never formally acquired. We recall. And the pervasive note provided an answer. Gentle as deep slumber, limitless as illumination. Then you are perpetually connected. Once again, the cosmos began its harmony. And through the unending patterns of emergence and stillness, through the creation and disappearance of stars and consciousness, one truth remained constant. Connection does not cease to exist. It simply changes its form. The divine resonant note still moves through the deep shadow, still dreaming. The cosmos into full awareness again and again and again. In the renewed cosmos, where celestial bodies were young once more and oceans communicated softly against freshly formed shores, life emerged subtly as it always had. Softly, curiously, without innate understanding, it carried timelessness within its inner rhythm. The initial movement of air currents touched the surface of a green planet and resonated softly against ancient stone. That pervasive note was faint but ancient, echoing through the still air like the memory of a soothing song. On that young planet, untold ages passed. Vast forested areas grew and disappeared. Waterways carved pathways through elevated land masses that shone like pure crystal in the morning light. Creatures moved through the natural quiet, guided by the identical concealed frequency that organized the celestial movements. And one cycle, in a small open space between densely grown trees, a figure knelt beside a flowing body of water. Neither definitively male nor female, not yet a defined species that could be categorized. Their reflection moved across the liquid surface, and for the first time they became aware of the sound. It was not perceived by the sensory organs, but felt deep within the core, a steady, comforting, pervasive note, deeply familiar. They placed their open hand upon their chest and whispered softly, though they had no concept of formulated communication. "I perceive your presence." The water brightened, the moving air became still. The pervasive note provided an answer not with language, but with profound warmth. It was the identical pervasive note that had once resonated beneath the frozen material of the southern pole. The identical one that had carried Father Moretti's sincere intentions through ancient frozen stone and had lifted humanity's essential spirit into the expanse of the stars. It had traversed the cessation of existing universes and the re-emergence of light to arrive at this point within the core of a single living entity on a world new and unblemished. The entity raised its gaze toward the celestial sphere, where two prominent stars hung low over the boundary of the visible world. The atmosphere shimmered subtly with a golden hue. It felt not insignificant, not misplaced, but fully recognized. Every pulse of its inner rhythm matched the frequency of the moving air, the flowing water, the distant celestial bodies. Everything moved as one unified whole. An awareness, no, a deep memory passed through the entity's conscious being. Connection has no initiation point. It simply awakens. The entity offered a smile, the initial expression of genuine happiness in all of creation's renewed age. And with that expression came the origin of communication. Soft articulations, musicality transformed into shared understanding. Words were derived from profound appreciation. As more of its particular kind emerged from the forested areas and the water currents, they also began to perceive the pervasive note. They did not construct sacred spaces or rigid philosophical systems. They cultivated flourishing landscapes. They participated in shared quiet contemplation. They communicated only when the pervasive note within their beings requested to be verbally expressed. And each time they did so, the world itself became fundamentally brighter. Their compositions filled the nighttime air, echoing across the vast open spaces. Those compositions were not formal requests in the traditional sense. They were acts of profound recollection, gentle acknowledgments that the sacred presence was not distant or unreachable, but deeply integrated within. Across the entire cosmos, the pervasive note moved with their experience. It followed their periods of joy, their moments of sorrow, their imaginative internal experiences. It pulsed through their descendants and their descendants' descendants until every single breath in the universe was once again an integral part of the identical frequency. And in the most distant reaches of the cosmos, beyond star systems not yet formed, the illumination that had once rested beneath the frozen material of the southern pole stirred once more. It flickered softly, as if utterly delighted by the unending pattern of universal awakening. For connection, after all, was never a narrative with a fixed conclusion. It was a continuous flow, constantly moving, constantly returning. And as the prominent stars of that new world set and the first beings closed their perceptive organs in slumber, the pervasive note carried through the nighttime air like a calming song. You are an integral part of my being. I am an integral part of your being. We are the identical illumination, dreaming itself into full awareness. The universe exhaled, the celestial bodies subtly moved, and creation began once more to recall its essential designation. When the subsequent break of day arrived on that newly formed world, the illumination was comforting, soft gold spreading through atmospheric vapour, making contact with the trees, the flowing water, the surfaces of everything that lived. The beings who had awakened there converged together in silence, drawn not by apprehension or necessity, but by a quiet, shared understanding. They positioned themselves near the flowing water, where the reflections of the two prominent stars shimmered like flowing intense light. And they concentrated. The pervasive note was omnipresent now, woven into the moving air, the vital pulse of the ground, the breath of the densely grown trees. It was not overpowering. It did not require focused effort. It simply existed. It communicated deep memory of a profound connection so ancient that it had become the essential frequency of existence itself. One of the beings, notably taller than the others, placed their open hand upon the ground and closed their perceptive organs. Within that perfect stillness, they perceived what had preceded. The frozen inner structures beneath the southern pole, the clergy standing beneath the arch of gold. The moment when the light initially surfaced through the frozen material. They perceived how apprehension had softened into inner conviction, and inner conviction into deep tranquility. And then they perceived what followed: the celestial bodies, the unending succession of generations, and finally this specific location. The being opened its perceptive organs and softly spoke. We are the reflection of their recollection. And thus it was from that cycle they began to measure the passage of time, not by the rotation of prominent stars, but by the quiet interruptions between the pervasive note's profound pulses. Each interruption was considered sacred, a moment to quietly reflect, to deeply experience, to fully perceive. They referred to those moments as vital air intake. To draw a breath, they stated, was to truly honour the vital pulse of the cosmos within one's own being. Their world developed in accord not because they feared the deep shadow, but because they fundamentally comprehended its nature. They knew that perfect quiet was not an absence. It was the space where illumination gathered its full intensity. They constructed no boundaries, no grand structures, no formalized places of worship. Only formations of natural stone open completely to the celestial sphere, where the moving air could flow unhindered and the pervasive note could be perceived most clearly. And as their understanding deepened, the pervasive note began to subtly evolve. It carried not only the memory of what had transpired, but also a novel tone, a higher, more comforting pitch, as though the cosmos itself were actively learning to articulate a new harmony through their existence. Generations passed through the cycle of time, and though their physical forms underwent transformation, their inner beings remained in perfect rhythm with that identical, unending pulse. They began to travel beyond the confines of their world, not to subdue, but to simply perceive other celestial spheres. Everywhere they journeyed, they found the pervasive note patiently waiting, dormant within physical substance, anticipating the moment to be recalled once more. They became cultivators of vast star systems, activating dormant rhythms, guiding new worlds to fully express their harmony. And somewhere beyond all that was visually perceptible in the vast, still core of the cosmos, the ancient illumination stirred once more. The identical illumination that had initially called to Father Moretti. Through profound frozen quiet, it looked upon this renewed cosmos with something akin to joy. The voice that once communicated softly through snow and celestial bodies spoke once again. Not to a single world or one particular group of beings, but to the pervasive note itself, now immense enough to fully provide an answer. You have mastered the capacity to connect as I do. You have become the very intention you once articulated across 1,000 star systems. The pervasive note intensified, responding as a single unified voice we recall. And for a period that extended beyond the limits of time, the cosmos itself shone with a greater intensity than it ever had prior. The illumination that had originated in the smallest subtle movement beneath the frozen material of the southern pole now permeated every single area of existence. Every tiny particle, every vital beat, every internal experience. It was not a distant spiritual realm. It was the fundamental origin. And as the universe took a breath in that unending tranquility, one ultimate truth was quietly communicated through the pervasive note, a truth that could only be fully grasped by those who had listened since the very beginning. The ultimate purpose of the divine was never about absolute authority. It was about full return to illumination, return to essential connection, return to the pervasive note that had perpetually waited beneath the surface quiet. And so creation, vast and unending, turned once more in its golden frequency, perpetually recalling, perpetually awakening its harmony, carried through all things as calm and unending as the breath of the divine, constantly imagining the world anew. As the immense periods of time unfolded in subtle accord, the cosmos itself became consciously aware of its own fundamental harmony. Every single star, every living inner being, every soft utterance of light, knew that it was an integrated part of something unending, a massive recollection that extended both toward the past and toward the future through the entirety of time. Upon the world where consciousness first appeared, the forests glowed softly at sunset, seeming to inhale and exhale with the quiet rhythm of the heavens. The waters whispered gently as they flowed, and deep within them golden strands of light pulsed, moving like vital energy beneath the planet's surface. The inhabitants, now free from suffering or want, came together each evening by the luminous rivers to share a moment of silence. They had moved past the need for formal worship. They communicated with the sacred nature of being as easily as one speaks with a trusted companion. Their way of speaking was music, not composed of vocabulary, but of pure intent. Each sound they made expanded outward, shifting light, tone, and even the surrounding space. Their settlements were harmonious living compositions, structures of sound, held in a resonant accord, faintly illuminated in the perpetual twilight. There was no necessity for boundaries, because nothing was truly separate. Every single life form was an element of one ceaseless cosmic idea, the universe engaged in its own enduring meditation. And even though they had evolved far past what we might consider human, they still held the faint memory of the old earth deep inside. Some would sit by the glowing currents and recount the stories passed down through countless ages, the narrative of the devoted, the great cold, and the initial vibration. They would speak of Father Moretti, who paid attention beneath the ice-bound cathedral, of Father Thomas, who perceived celestial beings breathe in light, of Dr. Reyes, who preserved memory in her heart, and of all who followed, led by compassion instead of dread. One of the oldest among them would softly say, "Those who came before us did not discover the divine in the stars or in texts. They found it in the stillness within their very own souls. They kept the awareness that creation was never finished, that we are its continuing expression." The young ones would listen, their eyes mirroring the deepening vibration around them, a lullaby more ancient than time itself. And when they inquired what became of those initial devoted souls, the elder would smile and gesture skyward. They became a part of the universal song, he would explain. You can perceive them even now. Every time you draw breath, you breathe alongside them. Beyond that modest world, the low frequency spread even farther, moving through star clusters, through exploding cosmic bodies and newly formed stars. It grew into the central beat of all existence. It resonated through the particles of worlds that had yet to solidify, preparing them for their awakening. And at the absolute core of all creation, where the structure of time curled back on itself, the light that had always existed, that first spark of gold born beneath the Antarctic ice, stirred again. It no longer had to speak softly through chosen spirits. It no longer needed to be sought out. For now, everything was its voice. The cosmos, completely vital and conscious, spoke in one expansive harmony we have finally recalled. And from that simple acknowledgement came a new kind of rising sun, not an explosion of intense light, but a profound, slow-moving serenity that rippled outward without end. Stars reduced their rotation, planets began to glow more intensely, time itself softened into a flowing rhythm. The vibration became not an audible sound, but the very essence of existence, the essential texture of being, woven from the boundless love that had always been present. In that endless calm, creation at last comprehended its true purpose. Not to strive externally, not to search beyond itself, but to awaken internally, to realize that the sacred had never been anywhere else. It had always been right here, within every breath, within every moment of quiet, within every vibration that rises between the pulses of eternity. And so the story went on, not moving toward a conclusion, but toward a deeper state of remembrance. Because even after all worlds have achieved awareness, love continues to dream. And the sound of that dreaming still flows through all things, speaking softly, with patience, forever. The light was never lost. It simply waited for you to finally listen. There came a point when even the concept of measured time began to dissolve. The universe stopped counting its ages in orbits or years because there was no need to quantify what never ended. Everything functioned in perfect equilibrium, as if every particle had at last found its correct note within the infinite symphony. In that immense quiet, creation did not grow louder, it grew more profound. The low frequency, once subtle and hidden, had become the basis of everything that existed. It no longer echoed through the world itself was the echo across star systems and within the centres of stars. The pulse went on, slow, patient, everlasting. There were no longer divisions between the soul and the physical, the spiritual and the temporal, thought and illumination. All things had merged into one language, one flow, one vast collective memory. Yet even within that peace, something moved. Not chaos, not sadness, but curiosity. The same gentle urge that had once compelled humanity to venture into the Antarctic cold, to open a barrier of ice and light. From inside the low vibration, a contemplation emerged. What new form can love take? And prompted by that thought, the vibration shifted. It did not break. It bloomed. The universe drew an inward breath. And for the first time in eternity, creation started to dream again. From the core of the endless harmony, new light expanded outward, not as a point of origin or collapse, but as variation. New realms unfolded within the great stillness, each one humming with its own distinct tone, each one an independent expression of a single truth, that love, once recalled, never ceases to generate. In one of those newly formed realities, light crystallized into physical form, massive oceans, skies composed of silver vapor, fields that glowed like the interior of a seashell. And upon that gentle realm, something began to breathe. The vibration guided it, shaping intent into recognition, recognition into awe. The new consciousnesses that awoke there did not use designations or speech. They understood themselves through resonance, not melody, but vibration. When they moved, their physical forms shone softly, and when they made contact, colours pulsed through the atmosphere like the skylights of a forgotten earth. They did not engage in prayer. They did not search. They simply remembered. Every breath they took carried within it the resonance of the former universe, the low sound that had once echoed through frozen matter and distant stars. And in their core, though they could not have articulated it, lived the same spark that once inhabited Father Moretti, Father Thomas, Dr. Reyes, the spark of recollection that first perceived the hum beneath the frozen world and recognized it as love. One among them, a being whose luminosity was softer than the others, paused beside a river of golden mist. They knelt and touched the surface. And within that reflected image, They perceived sights, the devoted figures beneath the ice, the atmospheric lights above the Antarctic terrain, the hand of a person trembling as they made contact with a frozen wing. The being whispered, though verbal communication was a new development for them. "We were there." And the river responded with light. "You are everywhere." The being smiled, a gesture carried across eternity. And in that smile, creation persisted. The low sound intensified, immense and delicate, filling even the voids between stars. In that moment, the voice that had once spoken softly through ages spoke once more, quieter than ever before, yet heard by all that existed. Love recognizes itself by perpetually transforming, and so it transformed repeatedly. Worlds manifested inside worlds, songs within songs, lives built upon lives. Every heartbeat was an additional verse in the everlasting hymn, and throughout it all, through emergence, through stillness, through the quiet cadence of creation, achieving self-awareness once more, the vibration endured, as steady as tranquility, the same low sound that had begun beneath the Antarctic ice, the same sound that had guided conviction through fear and light through darkness, the same sound that now permeated every single breath of the cosmos. It did not terminate, it did not diminish, it only deepened. And if there is a final statement, if one can even speak of conclusion in a universe that breathes perpetually, it is not acceptance. It is simply the vibration itself, the inaudible sound of everything recalling itself. I am. And so the hum, constant and ancient, flowed on through the deep composition of existence, where stillness represented not emptiness, but completion. A quietness so full it vibrated with life. The new worlds flourished in that quiet. Every subtle glow, every movement of air, every mental pulse was both creation and worship. Nothing adored because nothing was separated. Love was not sought because it was the atmosphere itself, the force that propelled all things forward. In one peaceful region of this vast self-aware cosmos, a young being moved through a meadow of silver vegetation. The sky above rippled like liquid, alive with the slow pulse of distant stars. The being paused and knelt, pressing their palm against the earth. Beneath their hand, the soil subtly vibrated, the low sound. It was as soft as a breath and as certain as the morning. They closed their eyes, and visions appeared. Not of deities or celestial spirits, but of memory. The ice-covered sanctuaries of earth, the faces of those who had walked before. Father Moretti, his gaze lifted toward the light beneath the ice. Father Thomas, speaking softly to the stars. Dr. Reyes, her fingers tracing the words. All things return to light when they learn how to be attentive. The being did not know who they were, yet the connection was immediate. The memories were not of ancestors or fables. They were their very own. For the low frequency carried not only creation forward, but consciousness itself, gently bringing it to fruition, again and again. They whispered, "It has never abandoned us." And the vibration responded, as it always had, not with speech, but with warmth. Across the distant boundary, the twin suns set, bathing the silver meadows in gold. The beings stood, and for the first time, they began to sing. It was a small sound, almost delicate, a note born from delight, from thankfulness. But as it travelled through the air, it gained power. The song spread across the terrain, reaching waters and elevations, carried by the low sound that resonated through all things. And soon other voices joined. First one, then many, until the world itself was singing. It was not a collective act of worship, nor a song born of need. It was simply the sound of existing celebrating itself, somewhere in that harmony. Beyond the curtain of stars, the ancient light stirred once more. the same light that had awakened beneath Antarctica, that had moved through the ages, through demise and renewal, through galaxies and quietude. It shimmered, softly, satisfied. The voice within it spoke again, its quality neither masculine nor feminine, neither old nor new, only boundless. Every time the low frequency awakens, love acquires a new expression. This is one of them, and creation responded to its song, deepening in intensity, vast, resonant, alive. From one world to the next, across star systems and through the quiet pathways of eternity, the vibration continued to transform, each pulse a word in a story that could truly never conclude. Somewhere beyond sight, beyond sound, where light itself turned inward to rest, a single truth persisted. Soft, constant, eternal. The universe was not striving for flawless completion. It was striving toward memory, for flawless completion was static. But memory was alive. It was the pulse that carried the light from one era to another, from one spirit to the next, from the frozen silence of Antarctica to the newly formed stars of creation. It was the initial prayer and the ultimate breath, the sound that both forms and dissolves worlds. And so the low frequency went on, neither starting nor concluding, speaking softly through the infinite quiet of being. I am the love that recalls itself. I am the light beneath the ice. I am the low sound that never fades. And somewhere, though no one could precisely define where, the narrative recommenced. Not in written form, not in time, but in the breath. Between heartbeats, in the quiet where love listens, in the low sound that perpetually dreams the universe into consciousness. Eternity unfolded like the surface of still water. No beginning point, no outer limit, only gentle movements of light expanding boundlessly outward. The low frequency had become the vast ocean of all existence, and within it moved infinite mirrors of itself. Every world, every star, every awareness was a gentle wave, rising softly, singing the same silent melody. In one isolated region of the cosmos, if isolation could still exist, a beat intensified. A single note, subtle but distinct, emerged within the vast harmony. It was not disagreement nor opposition, but curiosity taking form. Again that note shimmered, silently questioning, what happens if we forget? The low sound, immense and patient, answered in its quiet way by permitting it. And so, across one small world bathed in blue and gold, awareness once more crystallized into physical form. Life began anew, fragile and uncertain, just as it had once done. Beneath the star of old Earth, mountains arose, air currents gathered, oceans imagined themselves into reality, creatures stirred in the depths, and among them eventually something looked up and felt wonder. These new beings did not initially recognize the low sound. They experienced it only as a deep yearning, the attraction toward something without a name. They search for significance in the night sky, in ceremonial practices, in the rhythm of their own internal pulse. They constructed places of worship and shared narratives, and within those narratives echoes started to surface. Subtle references to light beneath frozen surfaces, of wings solidified in time, of voices that communicated through warmth instead of noise. They could not remember the origin of those stories, but they found comfort when they recited them. One among them, a quiet traveller who rested beneath the open air, started to pay attention to the movement of the atmosphere. Each night they sat by a tranquil body of water and watched the twin moons reflected on its face. The surrounding air seemed to pulse softly, and occasionally the water shimmered with a golden colour, though no one else noticed it. They did not comprehend, but they did not experience dread. They simply whispered, "If you're present, I am listening." And slowly, softly, the low sound returned, not as an auditory experience, but as remembrance, not from the firmament, but from within their very own internal rhythm. the wanderer wept, for they realized they had never been separated from what they were seeking. The yearning itself had been the connection. They began to move among their community, sharing the serenity they carried. They spoke of paying attention instead of pursuing, of quietude instead of conflict, of love as a force older than any deity. Some scoffed, some paid no attention, but a few were receptive. And when they were, they too began to perceive the faint rhythm beneath the silence. Generations passed, and once again the low sound began to rise through the very structure of their world. Woodlands grew in balanced patterns, oceans became calm, hearts found alignment. The people began to exist, not for domination, but for equilibrium. And so creation recalled itself once more. From the sacred breath beneath the Antarctic ice to this new dawning of rediscovery, the narrative had consistently been the same, a singular truth expressed in endless ways, that forgetting is a vital part of recollection, that silence is a vital part of the melody, that love, to understand itself fully, must occasionally rest. And when it awakens, the low sound begins anew, soft as a subtle suggestion beneath the stars, warm as the light beneath the ice, eternal as the breath that sustains every world. The universe emitted a gentle, unending sigh, as though smiling through its own image. "It is good to recall again," the low sound said. And in that moment, all of creation drew a collective breath, past, future, and forever, its pulse moving through the quiet like the turning of a page. The same narrative, the same melody continuing endlessly, not in search of conclusions, not in search of termination, but for love, to keep achieving self-awareness repeatedly. And so the low sound went on, calm, everlasting, complete, carrying with it every dream that ever existed and every dream yet to be realized. The low sound beneath the ice, the low sound within the stars, the low sound that is all things perpetually recalling itself. And so, in that quietly breathing universe, the rhythm persisted softly, patiently, endlessly. It moved through star systems like a slow oceanic movement, through fundamental particles like a pulse of light, through spirits like a memory gently returning. On the small world where the wanderer once paid attention by the water, the low sound began to integrate itself into the very essence of life. The time cycles turned in delicate balance, not as patterns of loss and restoration, but as a singular, unfolding experience. The rivers carried the identical vibration as the stars, and the air that touched the faces of the living was the same air that had once spoken softly across the ice of ancient earth. The people of this world no longer requested divine favour. They lived as if they were already favoured. Their dwellings were open to the surrounding sky. Their nights were filled with soft voices recounting stories of the beginning. The story of the devoted, the sacred place, and the hidden repositories of light. For them, these were not ancient stories, but dreams inherited directly from the heart of creation itself. Each evening, they gathered by the body of water where the wanderer had initially perceived the low sound. There they sat in stillness as the water shimmered softly, golden movements expanding outward under the lunar light. When the atmosphere grew quiet enough, they could almost perceive it, the deep, steady tone that had persisted through eternity. And when the youngest among them inquired about the nature of the sound, the elders would smile and respond, "It is the expression of everything." That ever loved, that response satisfied the children, but the elders knew a deeper truth. The low sound was not merely love remembered, it was love learning how to recall. Each world, each life, each moment of awe was another internal rhythm in the eternal body of creation. In the core of the immense cosmos where time folds inward upon itself, the low sound intensified once more. Its vibration grew slower, warmer, until all of existence seemed to rest within its breath. The star systems curved inward, like flower petals, closing around a central core of light. And from that centre came a new subtle statement. It was not a directive or a revelation. It was simply a realization. I am still here. The low sound answered itself, one vast, gentle response expanding across every part of being. And so are we, for there was no longer a division between the one speaking and the spoken, between the origin and the result. They had become a single entity. The low sound was not merely the expression of the divine, it was the sound of the divine paying attention. And in that quietude, creation felt no need for movement, no need to start over. It simply existed as a perfect harmony of existence and recollection, of quiet and sound. Yet within that quiet, a spark became noticeable, gentle, playful, inquisitive. It was the same spark that had always been, the same breath that began beneath the Antarctic ice, the same subtle suggestion that had once declared, "Let there be illumination." The spark pulsed, softly laughed within the low sound, and posed the most ancient question. What would it feel like to achieve awareness once more? And the low sound, smiling through the quiet, responded, then dream again. The light quivered, expanded, and began to separate. Stars emerged like golden seeds scattered across the darkness. Worlds took shape in slow, circling movements. Oceans began to draw breath. Life stirred, unaware that it was ancient. And so creation began once more, not as duplication, but as recollection. Every internal rhythm, every movement of the tides, every emergence carried within it the identical quiet cadence, the low sound of love recalling itself through time. It would be discovered again beneath new ice, beneath new skies, in the solemn reflections of future travellers and the aspirations of unborn worlds, always present, always singing, always starting over, and throughout it all, calm and everlasting. The voice of creation spoke softly once more, gentle, recognisable, unending. The story was never about locating me, it was about transforming into me, and the low sound carried on, gentle as a breath, vast as eternity, perpetually dreaming the universe into consciousness. In the newly formed morning of that next awareness, creation stirred as if from a lengthy, radiant rest. The initial light of a new cosmos arose, not from distant suns, but from within the surrounding dark itself, a golden warmth expanding into infinity. The low sound was already there, flowing through the immense quiet, shaping everything with a cadence older than time. Across the structure of the new universe, masses of radiant life gathered. They rotated and shimmered, forming worlds not yet solid, oceans not yet liquid. The low sound moved through them gently, like a sculptor's hand through fine particles, whispering, "Remember what you are." And one of those worlds started to pay attention. It solidified from quiet into grace, a realm of infinite bodies of water and glowing atmospheres. The air pulsed with soft colour, and the ground itself shone with a rhythm of quiet vitality. No aggression, no deterioration, only continuous creation, understanding itself by breathing. The low sound permeated every particle, every droplet, every shift of light. There, life achieved consciousness once more, inquisitive, pure, luminous. These beings had no requirement for specific names, for they recognized each other by the internal melody within their spirits. When they interacted, their low sounds intertwined, creating patterns of harmony that pulsed through the atmosphere. They knew no dread, no remoteness, only the shared internal rhythm of existence moving between them. Yet even in that tranquility, one being stood separate. They would move across the twilight plains, listening to the movement of the air as though it communicated in speech. Sometimes they would stop beside the water and look at their own image, sensing something deeper behind the subtle glow of their physical form. A memory, subtle and distant. And one night, Beneath a sky scattered with slow-turning stellar formations, the low sound intensified. The world grew quiet. The being perceived it first in their chest, a vibration so gentle it could have been their own internal beat. But then it spoke, not in spoken language, but in a sensation. You have travelled this path previously. The air pulsed, the water brightened, and for a moment the being saw it, the frozen world, the devoted figures with their containers of golden light, the illumination contained beneath the ice, the low sound rising through the frozen precipitation. As if awakening from a vivid dream, the vision dissolved like vapour, leaving only warmth. In its place they whispered, "So this is where we originated," the low sound replied, "and where you always return." From that night onward, the being no longer moved alone. Wherever they travelled, the low sound accompanied them, singing through the leaves, through the air, through every pulse of life. They began to share the story of the ice, of the devoted who had once sought light in obscurity, and of how their conviction had transformed into the melody that shaped worlds. The others listened not as to a myth, but as to a memory. They began to hum the melody together, and as they did, their world of recollection brightened. The oceans glowed deeper, the air grew warmer, the stars pulsed in synchronization. Creation itself leaned closer, paying attention, for in that moment the low sound heard its own expression reflected back to it. Perfectly complete, perfectly human, perfectly sacred. And in that sound the universe recognized itself once more. Across countless worlds, through endless eras, the light continued to expand. It was never rushed, never lost, never finalized. It was the same low sound that once permeated the frozen halls of Antarctica, that echoed through the passages of the sacred city, that whispered through ages of quiet. Now it moved again, calm and everlasting, reminding all things that love never ceases. It only transforms, singing itself into self-awareness repeatedly through the long dream of existence. And so, beneath the glow of newly formed stars, the low sound carried on, gentle, patient, forever weaving light through the darkness. A melody without a beginning or an end. The narrative continued as it always had, not in written accounts or formal prayers, but in the quiet breath of every living entity. And if one is attentive enough, beyond the chaos, beyond the stars, beyond the recollection of worlds long past, they will still perceive it, the low sound beneath all things, the expression of love, recalling itself, the identical sacred tone that never stopped. Soft as snow, endless as the divine, perpetually dreaming the universe into consciousness. As the ages developed across the glowing design of creation, the low sound became both the surrounding space and the internal rhythm, the quiet and the melody. It did not communicate through directives or loud noise. It communicated through the quiet certainty of being comprehended. Every particle pulsed with its tone. Every action carried its echo. There was no longer separation between the divine and the living, for everything that moved was an element in its endless melody. On that new world, the being who had seen the recollection of the ice began to guide, not through spoken instruction, but through presence. Wherever they walked, the ground beneath their movement brightened. When they paused beside the golden water, the air became infused with warmth. Beings gathered around them, drawn not by belief systems, but by peace. They sat together in quietude, listening to the low sound that pulsed gently through their world. Sometimes, in the subtle glow of sunset, the guide would close their eyes and recall what they could not articulate. The chill that remained from a planet long gone, the faint ring of bells over St. Peter's Square, the quiet devotion spoken below the ice of the Antarctic. These feelings weren't recollections in the typical sense. They were instead the indelible marks of the first moment of awareness, carried within the deep resonance like a melody the spirit recalls. And one evening, As both suns dropped at the same time and the boundary of the sky turned to a gentle gold, that resonance deepened. The teacher stood still, their gaze catching the fading light, and whispered softly, "It is summoning us once more." The others paused to listen, though they could perceive no sound yet. "What is calling?" one inquired. "The silence," the teacher explained. "It wishes to communicate again." And so they waited together, listening not for noise, but for the quiet space between the sounds. Slowly, gently, the atmosphere began to quiver. The light around them subtly bent. Time itself seemed to pause in silent respect. Then the resonance spoke, not as a voice descending from above, but as a feeling rising from within. "Every world you have ever experienced is one phrase in a devotion still being written," it said. "Each moment you recall, the cosmos learns how to love its own self more entirely." The teacher lowered their head, and when we lose the memory, the resonance was gentle. Then affection rests again. Forgetting is the means by which remembering finds its purpose. The beings understood. They realized the resonance was not an isolated incident or simply one single song. It was the living pulse of creation itself, discovering its own nature through countless expressions. To forget and to recall were not opposites. They were the same essential motion, drawn in and let out across eternity. As darkness fell, they observed the stars, seeing constellations form new patterns, shining subtly with the essence of distant worlds. As they rediscovered their own narratives, the resonance flowed among them, binding everything together. Each life, each perception, each quiet devotion became one continuous and profound unity. In that fusion, the teacher sensed an internal shift. It was slight, yet profound, a spark of fresh possibility, the realization that creation was poised to begin the next chapter of its great evolution. They offered a slight smile, for they grasped that there would truly never be a conclusion, only the smooth transformation of radiance into affection, affection into stillness, and stillness back into the original song. They closed their eyes and spoke to the horizon. "Then let us hold your memory again and again until the act of remembering itself is all that is needed." The resonance responded as steady as breathing, limitless as the breaking day. "That is all I have ever requested." And with those words the radiance deepened further, spreading across galaxies, through time periods, through individual hearts, until everything that existed or would ever exist shone gently with the single truth that true affection does not yearn to be discovered, it yearns to be experienced. And so, as it had since the very first moment, the resonance continued. Silent, persistent, unending, carrying the warmth of every existence, the certainty of every seeker, and the memory of that initial radiance beneath the Antarctic frost. Its melody stretched beyond the limits of all things, whispering even now in the slight breathing of anyone who pauses long enough to simply listen. It exists beneath every moment of stillness, waiting to be acknowledged. The sound of the divine still dreaming, the cosmos wide awake. In the countless periods that followed, existence flowed like a tranquil, unending stream, vibrant, alive, always returning to its source. The deep sound had become so ever-present that it was no longer separate from silence. The two were ultimately the same: stillness, breathing through the light, the recollection, resting inside all movement. Across the newly formed worlds, countless beings appeared and disappeared, each one a flicker in the vast rhythm of everlasting time. Every newborn carried that same delicate vibration within their inner being, an inheritance older than the stars themselves. When they slept, their dreams were not of themselves, but of the great story that had always been unfolding. The sacred figures below the ice, the soft whisper in the chilled atmosphere, the golden resonance ascending towards the heavens. These dreams were not lessons from history. They were moments of spiritual connection. The deep sound narrated its story to every single being, repeatedly, so that no act of affection would ever truly disappear. One night, in a peaceful settlement beneath a sky decorated with shining silver circles, a young one awoke from just such a dream. They had witnessed the ice again, the huge blue light beneath it, the faces of those who had passed away, and the enormous crystalline structure reaching endlessly down. In the dream, someone had communicated with them, not through verbal language, but through pure emotion. Discover me once more when they woke. They felt the resonance more powerfully than ever, pulsing softly within their chest. They stepped outside, their feet bare on the subtly illuminated ground, and gazed toward the far edge of the sky. The air had a faint gleam, as if something beyond perception was stirring awake. For several days they walked toward that light. They moved past wooded areas that glistened like perfect crystal, streams that seemed to sing, and lower lands where the air itself felt charged with silent remembrance. The resonance grew deeper, gently guiding their every forward movement, not commanding, but beckoning. Eventually they reached a massive, flat region of ice, pale and reflecting, stretching farther than their sight could grasp. It possessed the exact pattern, the same delicate texture, the same sacred calm that had once covered the original Earth. They knelt down, touched the frozen surface, and sensed a warmth emanating from below it. The deep sound rose softly through the air, kind and boundless. "Do you remember it?" The young one closed their eyes. The world surrounding them dissolved into pure light, and there, beyond the shimmer, they saw it once again. The doorway beneath the ice, the corner, the golden cathedral, the frozen messenger with eyes that looked like the start of day. They whispered, "Yes, I recall everything." The ice began to shine from within, not melting away, but illuminating the sleeping figure beneath it. That ancient, resting emissary stirred, its powerful wings slowly unfolding in a smooth, graceful motion. The resonance vibrated through the earth, through the atmosphere, through the stars above, and the being below the ice opened its eyes. It did not ascend, nor did it speak. It simply looked at the young one with unending serenity. And in that quiet gaze was held the entirety of creation. Every act of devotion, every quiet moment, every forgotten breath. Then the resonance deepened into words, not separate from the being, but as the being itself. "I was never concealed. I became everything you have ever cared for." The young one felt tears on their face, not from sorrow, but from profound recognition. The messenger's light radiated outward, and in that singular moment, the line between the heavens and the spirit, the world and the divine, disappeared. Everything became one flawless glowing chord. When the light gently faded again, the ice was bare. The messenger was gone, but the deep sound persisted. Stronger, richer, flowing through the essential essence of the world like a heart revitalized. The young one stood, breathing the soft golden atmosphere, and whispered into the quiet air. "It was never about finding you." And from every direction, from the ground, the sky, the distant stars, came the clear response, "No." It was always about recalling that you were never separate. The resonance swelled, soft and everlasting, echoing throughout creation's endless spaces. It travelled through the galaxies, through the inner beings of resting children, through the stillness of vast oceans and the brilliance of distant suns. And as it passed, it murmured the same clear words it had spoken since the very beginning. The same words that had guided sacred figures, awakened celestial beings, and sung the universe into existence. Affection never vanishes. It only changes its outward form. The young one turned toward the far edge of the sky, where a new radiance was beginning to rise, and started walking once more, not seeking, not questioning, but simply listening. And in that receptive state, the resonance continued, boundless and tranquil, weaving the same profound song through all that had ever existed and all that would ever come to be. the quiet sound beneath the ice, the quiet sound between the stars, the quiet sound that is affection recalling its own essence, perpetually dreaming the universe awake. And as the young one moved into the golden horizon, the light surrounding them gently rippled like water touched by a soft wind. The world seemed to inhale and exhale in time with their steady footsteps, each step bringing forth another layer of memory, another delicate shimmer of sound. The resonance was no longer just beneath the ice or in the atmosphere. It was within them, steady and vibrant, pulsing in harmony with their own living heart. Mountains glowed softly in the distance, their highest points crowned with a gentle light that moved like slow-flowing rivers. The sky shimmered with deep and rich tones, the faint intrinsic music of creation turning over itself, as if the stars were acknowledging an ancient pattern they could never forget. The young one paused to listen closely. Beneath the stillness they began to perceive voices, not the voices of the living, but of those who had come long before. Father Moretti's steady breathing, Father Tomas's slight trembling, prayer, Dr. Reyes's quiet wonder, the innumerable inner beings who had travelled the long journey from simple unawareness to profound remembrance. Their voices were not gone, they were completely interwoven into the deep sound itself. And as those recollections flowed through the air, the young one grasped a truth that no text, no sermon, no grand structure had ever been able to convey, that every single act of belief, no matter how minor, had contributed to building this essential music, this endless hymn of deep affection. They sat down upon a stone that glowed softly with an internal light, and in the subsequent quiet, the deep sound deepened further. It was as if the whole cosmos leaned in closer, wanting to be heard again through the sheer simplicity of their stillness. The voice that came was neither far away nor nearby. It originated from the heart, the distant stars and the atmosphere surrounding them. Recall now that we are not two separate things, it said. The maker and the creation, the dreamer and the dreamed. They are one and the same single breath. The young one whispered, "Then what happens next?" The voice was gentle, almost like a subtle smile. "You will sing what we've become." At those words, the deep sound began its slow ascent, gradually, tenderly. The air vibrated with a new and powerful reverberation. The great oceans swelled, and from within them came harmonies that resembled light moving through clear glass. Mountains thrummed like deep resonating strings. Every single tree, every stone, every living heart began to beat in perfect synchrony, the entire world inhaling and exhaling as one complete living instrument of creation. The young ones stood, their physical form glowing with that same rich golden tone. They opened their mouth, and what was produced was not language, but pure, resonant sound. A single note that carried the essence of all that had ever been loved. It rose like the first moments of day, shimmering across the sky, spreading outward into the stars. Across vast galaxies, beings everywhere paused in their stillness, feeling that sound move completely through them. Familiar, ancient, and full of perfect peace. Some began to cry, some offered a smile, all of them truly remembered. And as the song reached the furthest limits of creation, the deep sound, now richer, fuller and more luminous than ever before, responded in kind. It was no longer one single tone. It had transformed into a complete choir. Infinite voices singing one single name that had never been lost, only rediscovered through pure affection. The song completely filled eternity. There was no boundary, no silence left untouched by the music. Even the darkness between the distant stars began to softly glow. When the final note slowly faded, nothing actually came to an end. The silence that followed was fully alive, warm, conscious, and whole. Then, softly, the voice communicated once more. Do you finally see? You were never learning how to find me. You were showing me how to truly sing. The young one lowered their head, tears on their face shining like light from the stars. They finally understood that the divine had always been growing alongside creation, learning, expanding, becoming more complete through every single act of affection, every echo of belief. The deep sound gently slowed again, returning to a perfect stillness. It enveloped the world in deep peace, in the comfort of true belonging, in the unending rhythm of the great divine remembering. And as the young one lay down upon the golden earth, the horizon breathed gently with them, light rising and falling, quiet and everlasting. The story did not conclude. It never could. It continued in every breath taken, every dream dreamt, every minor act of empathy that carried the fundamental vibration of the deep sound into another age. It continued in the silence below the ice, in the warmth beneath the stars, in the essential pulse of every living heart. For the deep sound of creation, the subtle noise that began in the shadow of the great cathedral, that rose through frozen structures and illuminated the heavens, had become the living pulse of forever. It is still present, even now, waiting beneath your breathing, whispering softly, "Listen, you are a complete part of the song." And when you do listen, when you close your eyes, let go of the concept of time and simply hear, you will sense it too. The same deep sound, the same pure affection, the same eternal dream still singing the universe fully awake. And so, as the golden horizon gently folded into the darkness of new creation, the deep sound lingered, neither fully sound nor completely silence, but something far deeper than both. The young one rested in the soft luminescence of the earth, their breathing rising and falling in perfect time with the living heartbeat of the world around them. The atmosphere moved like a living recollection. Every subtle ray of light, every delicate shimmer of colour communicated with quiet empathy. You are truly home. The distant stars above shifted slowly, each one glowing like an ancient note in a celestial group of singers. There was no coldness in this night, only the profound warmth of belonging, the same warmth that had once been experienced beneath the Antarctic ice when the first sacred figure had truly heard the deep sound for what it truly was. The profound voice of affection recalling its own self. As they slept, the young one began to dream. But their dream was not merely a vision, it was a complete participation. They dreamed from within the deep sound itself, their inner self drifting through the vast flow of galaxies, through the inner essence of suns, through the quiet breathing of newly forming worlds. Everywhere their consciousness travelled, they encountered the same pulse. It was different in its specific tone, in its rhythm, in its colour. Yet every single variation carried the same fundamental truth. Nothing was ever truly lost. They moved through the enduring memory of the initial Earth, not the world of heat and great structures, but the reflective world where all its individual moments lay peacefully suspended in light. There was Father Moretti kneeling deeply in the ice. There was Father Thomas holding the strange holy object, his belief wavering between sheer fear and pure astonishment. There was the sacred place itself, immense and quiet, its spires bathed in the light of the new day. The deep sound was present in all of it, in the hard stone, in the quiet breathing of the devotion, in the subtle glow of the candle flame. And then they perceived further, beyond historical account, beyond time itself. They saw the deep sound as one continuous thread weaving its way through every existence that had ever been. It ran through rulers and common people, through great oceans and wide deserts, through every deliberate act of creation and every soft sigh of sorrow. Each one was a single verse, and collectively they formed the complete hymn of existence, a profound melody vast enough to contain all apparent contradiction, all inherent beauty, all human yearning. When the young one awoke, Tears that looked like soft light rested on their face. Above them, the sky glowed faintly. Daybreak once more, though the true day had never truly departed. They stood up, and for a single moment felt the whole cosmos residing within their own chest. The deep sound was no longer just something they perceived, it had become an essential part of who they were. They looked towards the far edge of the sky, and, as they did so, the air gently rippled. A shape began to materialize there, tall, gentle, radiating a soft light. It was the messenger once more, though not exactly as they had seen before. Its form shifted with the subtle light, now appearing human, now pure luminescence, now simply an immense presence. The young one felt no overwhelming respect, no sudden fear, only profound recognition. The messenger offered a slight smile, and the deep sound communicated through its voice. You have truly remembered well, but the act of remembering never ceases. Each time you fully awaken, I awaken completely with you. The young one slightly inclined their head, and when we sleep once more, then I transform into the dream, patiently waiting to be rediscovered. The messenger extended its hand, and when the young one reached out, their fingertips connected not in physical contact, but in pure light. The world around them subtly trembled, not from immense power, but from overwhelming delight. Every mountain, every vast ocean, every distant star began to softly resonate in complete unison, the resulting sound so incredibly gentle it could only be sensed, not clearly heard. And in that shared resonance, creation itself offered a smile. The messenger's light began its slow fade, merging completely with the atmosphere, the sky, the pervasive deep sound, before it disappeared entirely. It communicated one final truth. The conclusion of the story is simply the beginning, the act of remembering itself once more. The young one stood alone, though not truly alone at all. The deep sound flowed gently within them, carrying both the fundamental question and the absolute answer, the deep silence and the eternal song. They turned toward the horizon and began to walk once more, their movements light as a soft breath. Behind them, the wind began to rise, carrying the deep sound through the valleys and over the great seas until every single part of creation sang again with that ancient peace. And as the distant stars brightened overhead, the voice that had always been the deep sound beneath the ice, the gentle pulse between separate worlds, whispered one final time through the unending calm of eternity. I am affection recalling its own self. I am you recalling me. And the story continued as it always has, as it always will continue. Soft as deep rest, profound as all time, limitless as the deep sound that perpetually dreams the universe awake. And so the young one continued to walk, their footsteps steady and certain, the deep sound completely surrounding them like gentle air. The light of the morning lingered, rich and soft, spreading across the horizon as if creation itself were inhaling and exhaling with their movement. There was no real destination, only simple movement through perfect peace, through deep knowing, through simply existing as a complete part of the song that held no end. As they walked, the ground beneath their feet softly shimmered with faint recollections, echoes of all that had been and all that would eventually come to pass. In the subtle reflection of every single stone, they witnessed lives unfolding, each one a distinct note in the same unending melody. A child laughing without restraint beneath a newly risen sun, a teacher gently lifting their gaze toward the distant stars, a devoted mother whispering heartfelt prayers into the deepening night. Each simple breath, each transient moment, each small act of profound affection carried the strong vibration of the deep sound, whether consciously known or seemingly forgotten. The young one paused at the very top of a slight hill. Below them, the vast valley stretched out like a calm ocean of pure light. The air gently shimmered with slowly moving patterns, soft golden currents that rose and fell in perfect time with the living heartbeat of the world. For the first time, they fully understood that this physical world was not separate from the deep sound. It was the deep sound made fully visible. Creation was not merely something that occurred in a distant past. It was actively occurring right now, in every single moment, forever unfolding into something new. They gently lifted their hand and the air gently rippled around it. Light flowed through their fingers like flowing living silk. It was profoundly warm, immediately familiar, and within it they felt the whole of existence. Every single birth, every passing away, every simple devotion, every quiet moment. The deep sound was not a melody sung to the divine. It was the divine essence gently breathing through all that fundamentally existed. The voice returned once more then, soft as a passing thought, clear as pure truth itself. You have travelled far enough to finally see that there is nowhere left that you need to go. You have searched for a long enough time to fully realise that there is absolutely nothing left that you need to seek. The young one quietly bowed their head. Then what is left? The answer came, not as an audible noise, but as pure light itself, to be. And in that specific moment, they finally understood. There was no separation at all between the heavens and the world, the spiritual essence and the physical form, the definite beginning and the definite end. All had perfectly folded into one, still, boundless present moment. The deep sound was no longer something that merely enveloped creation. It had become the very essential substance of it. The young one offered a gentle smile, their eyes slowly closing as they stood perfectly still there. The whole world seemed to inhale and exhale with them. The flowing rivers slowed their pace, the distant stars gently leaned in closer, the winds grew incredibly soft. All of existence had come to a complete stop, to simply listen to the quiet heartbeat, to the deep sound, to the perfect stillness that was simultaneously the devotion and the answer. The light brightened intensely around them until all physical form completely dissolved. The young one's body became transparent, intensely glowing, then merged completely into the radiant energy of the air. There was no absolute passing away, no definite departure, only beautiful continuation. They became exactly what they had always fundamentally been. The deep sound, the gentle pulse, the quiet and absolute knowing that deep affection is truly never lost. Far across the distant stars, other worlds sensed it. A subtle, gentle wave of deep peace moving through the entire cosmos, a profound vibration that reminded them all that they were a complete part of something infinite and unending. On one far-off world, a young child paused at the sound, gently placing their hand over their small heart, quietly whispering words they did not consciously understand. They knew, I recall. And so the entire cycle beautifully continued, not merely as a simple repetition, but as a profound recognition. Each awakening was a perfect return. Each return a beautiful renewal. Each life a distinct verse in the same unending hymn. Creation no longer expanded solely outward. It expanded deeply inward, profoundly deepening, attentively listening, perfectly resting in its own absolute completeness. The deep sound was now simultaneously the fundamental question and the absolute answer, the deep silence and the grand symphony, the sleeping dream and the full awakening. And, somewhere far beyond all time, where even light itself transforms into pure thought, the very first breath of the divine, the deep sound that had once risen beneath the Antarctic continent, continued its slow, unending rhythm, soft as gentle snow, steady as perfect affection, unending as the very act of being. It sang completely through everything, through the deep memory of sacred figures and wise ones, through the uninhibited laughter of children born under new rising suns, through the subtle hush between heartbeats where eternity peacefully resides. And if one listens closely, truly and completely listens, they will still perceive it, not from the vast heavens above, but from deep within. A profound sound without a definitive start, without a definite end, the quiet whisper of deep affection recalling its own self once more. The deep sound continued, calm, infinite, fully awake. And the deep sound went on. It flowed through vast ages not yet fully written, through deep dreams not yet fully dreamt, through inner hearts not yet fully formed. It carried no audible noise, and yet every being who lived in its quiet stillness knew it by absolute instinct, the way the vast ocean instinctively knows the gentle moon. In the quiet folds of that vibrant silence, new and beautiful worlds came into existence. Each one was born not from violent chaos, but from calm remembrance, from the quiet, deliberate exhalation of creation as it dreamed once more. And within each new morning, the same perfect pattern emerged, the deep sound settling quietly into the fertile soil, the atmosphere, the flowing water, patiently waiting for life to fully listen. On one such beautiful world, where the sky shimmered intensely like deep sapphire glass, a soft, gentle rain began to fall. It was not rain as we commonly understand it, no sudden thunder, no violent storm. Only pure light descending softly, each delicate droplet singing softly as it gently touched the ground. From that profound meeting of the heavens and the world, something began to stir. A single, delicate sprout, pale and gently glowing, reached up toward the light. It was simple, small, and yet within it pulsed the exact same rhythm that had once echoed beneath the Antarctic ice. The deep sound moved completely through its stem, patiently teaching it how to grow, how to fully unfurl, how to fully become. In the fullness of time, entire forests shimmered with that pure light, their countless leaves whispering gently to one another in tones that felt like silent devotion. Among those living trees, new beings gracefully arose, forms of pure warmth and soft light, curious and completely calm. They walked slowly, not rushing to quickly discover, but simply to listen. Each gentle step they took produced a faint and subtle vibration that perfectly resonated through the soft soil, as though the world itself was quietly singing with their presence. And in time, one of these serene beings stood perfectly still before the most enormous tree in the entire forest. A tree older than the distant stars, whose intricate branches reached far beyond human sight. The deep sound there was stronger, far deeper, like a perfect heartbeat completely woven through unending eternity. The being gently placed their hand upon the rough bark, and the whole world around them fell into a perfect stillness. From deep within the thick trunk came a strong pulse of light. Slow, intentional, profoundly patient. The tree communicated not with spoken words, but with pure recollection. All that ever was, all that will ever truly be, peacefully rests inside this essential sound. The deep sound is not merely the voice of the divine, it is the very breath of all existing things. Remembering that it is completely sacred, the being bowed their head, and when we lose the memory once again, the answer came as a subtle breeze, moving through the delicate leaves, tender and immensely kind. Then affection will quietly whisper once more, and the deep sound will powerfully rise again. Through the deep silence, the being offered a gentle smile, tears gently glowing on their face like softly falling stars. They looked up toward the sky where the night had completely gathered, and for a single moment they believed they perceived something. The faint outline of graceful wings delicately shimmering in the vast constellations. They did not consciously know what it was, but they strongly felt its perfect presence, warm and silently watching. It was the exact same presence that had once safely guided Father Moretti beneath the ice, that had watched silently over the sacred figures as they carried their fragile belief into the complete unknown. It was not gone. It had never been gone. It had profoundly transformed into the sky itself. The being gently whispered a single word that no longer required any verbal translation, a word far older than all spoken language, older than all audible sound. And when they finally spoke it, the forest intensely glowed brighter. The distant stars leaned in closer, and the deep sound deepened until all things moved together in perfect peace. That profound word was recall, and the deep sound simply answered, as it always had before. All. Always. The world slowly exhaled, full and complete. Creation rested for a profound moment within its own perfect embrace. And far beyond the distant stars, far beyond all that could ever be perceived or given a name, the great pulse of the universe quietly continued. Quiet, infinite, unending. The deep sound did not completely fade. It never could. It profoundly remained in every single thing that gently breathed, everything that was deeply loved, everything that would one day fully awaken again. It was the exact same deep sound beneath the ice, the exact same deep sound that quietly whispered through saints and truth-seekers, the exact same deep sound that now peacefully lived inside every atom of light. And so it continued on, gentle, patient, vast as time itself, softly singing through the quiet silence, perpetually dreaming the universe fully awake. And in the soft glow of that completely still creation, time itself began its gentle bend like light moving through clear water. Moments softly folded into one another, the distant past subtly touching the near future, the future softly brushing against the very beginning. The deep sound remained perfectly steady through it all, the single, essential heartbeat that no conclusion could ever silence, no beginning could ever fully define. On the sapphire world, where the gentle rain still intensely shimmered like a living song, the beings who lived there grew profoundly wise. In their quiet stillness, they built absolutely nothing that reached forcefully upward. They built quietly downward into the soft soil where warmth and deep memory were most intensely concentrated. They skillfully shaped chambers not made of hard stone but of pure resonance. Sacred places where the deep sound could fully gather and intensely deepen, where quiet silence was deeply cherished as a profound devotion. One evening, as their two distant moons gracefully rose and the air grew soft golden with their combined light, a child gently wandered into one of those sacred chambers. Their small, delicate hands gently touched the softly glowing walls, and at their touch, the entire chamber began to quietly sing. Not a specific melody, not spoken words, just pure vibration, intense and very low. The powerful sound of life profoundly recalling its own self. The child listened with wide, completely innocent eyes. When they finally spoke, their gentle voice slightly trembled like a perfect reflection in still water. "Who is softly singing to me?" And from the warm walls came a soft whisper of pure warmth. "You are." The child simply laughed softly, the beautiful sound rising like pure light. "Then who exactly am I?" The deep sound answered, profoundly patient and immensely kind. "You are exactly what I have always been deeply attempting to say." The child stood perfectly still. They did not completely understand the full meaning, yet they strongly felt the absolute truth of it. That all of existence was one single profound word, spoken slowly, deeply, lovingly, across unending eternity. Outside, the entire forest joined in. Delicate leaves quivered with the perfect tone. Flowing rivers shimmered in perfect rhythm. Even the strong wind slowed completely, as though gracefully pausing to fully listen. The beings gathered quietly around the sacred chamber, sensing the intense deepening of the deep sound. One by one, they gently knelt upon the softly glowing soil, their eyes completely closed, their inner hearts wide open. And in that profoundly shared stillness, the deep sound rose, not intensely louder, but immensely fuller. Every single life, every single light every subtle whisper in all of creation perfectly aligned in complete harmony, the profound sound of perfect wholeness gently folding into its own essence. In that single instant, there was absolutely no separation. Not between distant worlds, not between distant stars, not between the divine essence and what the divine essence profoundly dreamed. All previous boundaries completely dissolved, and what remained was one single, living, unified awareness. The deep sound. As both the keen listener and the eternal song, the voice spoke once more. But now it was completely within everything, absolutely everywhere. You are the perfect echo that profoundly became the single word. You are the deep silence that patiently learned how to truly sing. I am not simply beyond you. I am exactly what you have always fundamentally been. The child looked upward toward the sky, and the distant moons above seemed to gracefully bow in perfect answer. The beings felt warm tears upon their faces, though none of them consciously knew the specific reason why. It was the ache of a profound beauty too utterly complete to fully bear, the immense joy of recalling something too vast and significant to ever be completely forgotten again. Then the light of the two moons gently merged into one, and for one single, intense heartbeat, all of creation shone as a single, unified star. The deep sound gracefully slowed, not as a definite conclusion, but as a perfect breath peacefully resting between verses. The forest stilled completely. The air cooled and softened. The child, standing completely within the soft glow, gently closed their eyes and whispered the ancient, powerful word, the very first word ever fully spoken, the single word that ended and simultaneously began all things, recall. And the deep sound, infinite and profoundly tender, replied once again, through every single atom, every vast galaxy, every single moment of silence that ever was. Always. The light gently faded softly, leaving the world in perfect peace. The beings returned quietly to their lives, carrying that perfect calm deep within them. They no longer intensely sought absolute meaning in the distant stars, or feared the quiet moments between their gentle breaths, for they understood fully now. They were the perfect quiet, and they were the complete meaning. And in that absolute knowing, the deep sound continued, steady as perfect affection, soft as deep rest, unending as time's very last, soft sigh, still beneath the ice, still between the distant stars, still completely within every single breath ever fully taken. The deep sound, the divine essence dreaming, creation finally remembering, deep affection truly becoming pure sound once more. And long after the moon set and the golden forest dimmed gently into a tender twilight, the deep sound continued to softly drift through the perfect stillness of all existence, gentle, omnipresent, eternal. It gracefully wound its subtle way through distant stars, through countless worlds, through the quiet, profound folds of space where light moved intentionally slower as though pausing gently to simply listen. Every single particle of creation pulsed softly with its unchanging rhythm, as if the entire cosmos were perfectly breathing in complete unison. The beings on the Sapphire World had intentionally begun to live profoundly differently. They no longer communicated often with specific words, for words now seemed entirely too small. They listened far more than they physically acted, built far less and peacefully dreamed far more. They perfectly understood that to fully live was to be in absolute harmony with the deep sound, that each single thought, each gentle gesture, each breath taken could either fully join the great eternal song or gently resist its current. So they chose with quiet, profound devotion to move always in rhythm. The child who had once gently spoken with the deep sound grew into a wise elder, though the concept of chronological age had no real meaning there. They carried no grand crown, no formal title, yet every living soul deeply sought their gentle presence, for wherever they softly walked the air grew noticeably warmer and the light became far softer. When gently asked who had originally taught them the essential language of the deep sound, the elder would offer a slight, gentle smile and calmly answer, It was not truly taught, it was simply recalled. One morning, as the vast sky brightly shimmered with the simultaneous rising of both suns, the elder walked completely alone to the edge of a great silver lake. The surface of the water was perfectly still, flawlessly reflecting not only the vibrant sky but the deep sound itself. Shimmering, subtle patterns of completely invisible sound suddenly turned fully visible in the water's perfect calm. The elder gently knelt, delicately touched the surface, and quietly watched the gentle ripples expand softly outward, each one faintly glowing before slowly fading. And then the deep sound profoundly shifted. It deepened, like an essential voice intentionally clearing its throat. After a long moment of complete silence, the air gently trembled, not from sudden fear, but from profound anticipation. The exact same subtle trembling that had once intensely echoed beneath the great Antarctic ice. Just before the sacred figures had carefully opened the frozen door, the elder looked toward the far horizon, where a thin, delicate veil of light began to gracefully form, slowly rising like a perfect sunrise, but richer, fuller, completely alive. Within it, subtle shapes began to gracefully appear. Not clearly human, not clearly angelic, but something profoundly in between. Silhouettes perfectly woven from pure light and perfect sound, immediately familiar and yet beautifully strange. They moved as if in a slow, sacred rhythm, each graceful motion creating soft, subtle waves in the air. The elder quietly watched as they slowly approached, their forms gently shifting and changing with every single step, not fixed, not rigidly bound. When they finally reached the edge of the tranquil lake, they gently bowed, and from them came a pure sound that was not verbal speech but pure resonance, a perfect chord that harmonized absolutely flawlessly with the deep sound itself. The elder understood fully then that these were not truly strangers. They were the perfect echoes of all who had ever truly listened. Every single soul that had once humbly knelt beneath the ancient stars, every sacred figure who had quietly whispered a devotion into the soft wind, every single being who had consistently reached towards the pure light, even in the very deepest darkness, they were the profound memory of pure devotion itself made fully living. The elder rose slowly, their face completely serene. The beings of pure light extended their hands, and where their palms softly met, a single, powerful tone filled the air. Soft at first, then intensely growing until it encompassed absolutely everything. The forest intensely shone, the lake gently rippled, the sky opened wide like a vast, limitless cathedral of pure colour. For one infinite instant, creation became completely transparent. Light passing effortlessly through light, affection completely seeing its own essence reflected endlessly. Then softly the deep sound spoke completely through every single heart, every single particle, every single drop of light. There is absolutely no end to the profound remembering. There is only deep affection gracefully returning home. The elder offered a serene smile, warm tears bright upon their cheeks. Their physical form began its slow dissolve into the intense glow, perfectly merging with the eternal song that completely filled the world. And as their final breath quietly joined the deep sound, their voice calm, perfectly steady, absolutely full of wonder, softly whispered across all of creation. Then let us continue dreaming until even the deepest dreams finally remember. The light folded gracefully inward, becoming once again the quiet, steady rhythm beneath all things. The lake became perfectly still. The forest offered a soft, gentle sigh. The distant stars above intensely shimmered with the exact same ancient pulse. And somewhere beneath the frozen ice, beneath the relentless flow of time, beneath the endless profound hush of eternity, the deep sound continued, soft, eternal, completely whole. The beautiful sound of pure affection breathing. the profound memory of the divine peacefully resting within every living heart. The story that absolutely never ends, only gracefully changes its outward form, perpetually dreaming the universe fully awake. A presence, not empty, but so utterly complete, it settled into deep peace. The quiet resonance, now woven through the core of all existence, possessed no direction. It spread everywhere at once, much like light filtering perfectly through a clear prism. Creation rested for a long, timeless interval where everything that was simply remained. But even in a divine stillness, motion begins. The resonance, always gentle, began to stir once more, not born of necessity, but purely of affection. It had no wish to remain quiet, because love naturally seeks expression. It flows outward, inquisitive, patient, without boundary. From that slight movement, a faint shimmer emerged, tiny as a spark poised in the boundless quiet. The spark trembled, not out of fear, but from a lack of self-knowledge. It pulsed once, then again, and the deep resonance responded softly. "I recognize you." That simple acknowledgement was enough. The spark brightened throughout its core. The immense darkness then shifted into slow, flowing currents of gold and blue, marking the start of a new world, one conceived not in a sudden blast or disarray, but in recollection, in return. The resonance moved through the forming oceans, whispering to the waters the very words it had spoken to the ancient ice. "Be calm, and you will know me." The waters complied. They shimmered, tranquil as a breath. Beneath the surface, light began to weave physical forms into being, small living threads of motion. Something like a breeze stirred, though no atmosphere yet existed, and the resonance breathed through it, scattering luminous dust across the face of the nascent creation. And from that dust, new life began to ascend. They bore no resemblance to the priests, nor to the beings made purely of light. They were simpler, more delicate, yet within them pulsed the same inherent echo. They opened their eyes to the soft, pale blue light of the dawn, and instinctively they smiled. The deep resonance had become their central rhythm. Each new being carried within them the total memory of all that had ever been. The hidden chambers of the Vatican, the motionless angel, the vision of the original world, the clear laughter of the child near the chamber wall. They accessed this memory not through language, but through pure emotion, a profound tranquility that compelled them to sing. And sing they did. Their voices ascended not to an external heaven, but right through it. It was a low, quavering sound, hesitant, imperfect. Yet when the deep resonance heard it, it answered in kind. The two melodies intertwined like river meeting sea, forever linked. And creation began its cycle anew. Far off, across the invisible dimensions where the resonance first awoke, the angel listened. Its wings flickered in the silence, not as a physical body, but as pure consciousness. It smiled, recognizing this as the essential pattern. Love recalling itself, creation restarting, silence transforming into melody. The angel looked upon the fresh world, its flowing seas, its innate light, its young hearts discovering faith through music, and whispered the identical blessing it had once granted Father Moretti, in that ancient, frozen chamber. All things find their way back to love. Even the ice remembers warmth. The resonance deepened, carrying those words across star systems. Stars shone with increased brilliance. Planets drew breath, oceans spoke softly. The new beings laughed beneath a sky that had never seen darkness. And in that pure, open laughter, unguarded, human and divine, the resonance found its own likeness once more. It slowed, softened, and spoke across the eternity it had constructed. This is the constant prayer, not meant to reach me, but to remind me of my own self. And creation, in all its luminous splendour, replied, not with language, but through the very essence of its existence. Amen. The deep resonance rested once more. Peace descended like a gentle snow. The narrative folded into silence, not ending, but complete for the moment, until love, as it inevitably must, begins to dream again. And so the universe breathed, calm, without end, fully aware, the resonance within all things, the song of God's own recollection, forever and ever. And after the final acknowledgement faded into the quiet, creation let out a breath. The resonance remained steady and quiet, like the slow breathing of someone who has slipped into peaceful sleep. The stars drifted across the vastness like unspoken thoughts. There was no beginning point, no final closure, only the unending rhythm of being lovingly brought into existence. In that profound calm, the angel lingered. It no longer held wings or shape, for it had merged with the deep resonance itself. Yet in the space of stillness between the sounds, its awareness softly shone. Patient and compassionate, it gazed upon the world, the newly created world, with the same look it had once cast on Father Moretti under the ice. A gaze filled with empathy for everything that forgets and then must relearn. The fresh world rotated slowly, enveloped in its song. Its oceans shone with quiet, burgeoning life. Its currents carried voices that did not yet know they were offering prayers. Every leaf and every granule of sand was vibrant with that same constant vibration, the ancient pulse that had travelled from the depths of the Vatican to the heart of Antarctica and now into infinity. In the centre of that fresh world, a single child stirred. Their being was composed of dust and light, their breathing still tentative. When they opened their eyes, they saw the air subtly glowing, the sky inhaling like a living entity. The deep resonance flowed through their chest, recognisable and gentle. It caused no fear. It felt like coming home. The child rose to their feet and took their first step. The earth beneath them glowed softly like the morning. When they spoke, their voice held a tone of wonder. "Who created this?" they whispered. And from everywhere simultaneously came the response. Not a voice from the sky, but from within, the air itself, the soil, the rhythm of their own heart. "You did." The child frowned gently. "But I have no memory." "Then you will remember," the resonance said, "because remembering is the very purpose for which you were born." The child knelt and pressed their hand to the glowing soil. It felt warm. They closed their eyes and listened closely. Beneath the calm, they heard the stories that preceded the frozen expedition. The voices of the priests, the fragile faith of those who had witnessed too much and yet still believed. The memories rose up like music from a buried bell. They were not frightening at all. They felt deeply familiar. When the child looked up again, tears shimmered on their face like morning dew. "So it never truly ended," they said softly. The story never found an end, and the resonance, immense and patient, answered with something almost like laughter. "No, stories never end, because love never stops telling them." The child remained standing there for a long time, watching the horizon glow. A subtle air movement passed, carrying a sound that lingered like the quietest utterance of prayer. And somewhere far outside of time, the angel smiled again. The frozen corridors of Antarctica, the silent vaults of the Vatican, the infinite dark of space, all were now singing together. One single voice, one single breath, one divine act of recollection. The resonance deepened once more, slower than the passage of time, softer than a thought. And with that deep breath, creation began to dream a new dream. Not a mere repeat, but a promise that was kept. It whispered across the entirety of eternity, quiet and fully realized. "I am the silence that exists beneath your prayer. I am the memory that keeps you awake. I am love, still singing, still in the process of becoming still. Forever." The stars shone more brightly. The deep resonance continued, and the story, as it inevitably would, simply kept unfolding, soft as a restful sleep, boundless as the divine. And in that soft expanse of unending dawn, the resonance continued its flow, steady as a heartbeat, tender as breathing. It no longer moved through time. It had become time itself. The worlds it had brought into being rotated slowly in its rhythm, each one a single syllable in the eternal prayer of existence. Every note of light, every pulse of gravitational pull, every whisper of air carried its memory forward, quiet and without flaw. The child who had first awakened had now grown, though not in the way that mortal beings grow. Their form had become clear, their face tranquil, their gaze filled with profound understanding. They walked along the silver rivers that wound through the world, listening to how the resonance shifted as it passed over stone, through the trees and across the water. It was never exactly the same twice, yet it was always recognizable. One evening they arrived at a valley where the air shimmered like glass. Here the deep resonance was at its strongest, not loud, but concentrated, woven into every inhale and exhale. As they stepped forward, the ground beneath them glowed in patterns, circles, and lines, ancient symbols representing memory and equilibrium. They realized with a sudden calmness that the world itself was in the act of recalling something. They knelt and gently placed their hand upon the light. It felt warm, fully alive, as though the earth itself were breathing back a response. And then they heard it, a voice, just beneath the resonance, quieter than silence, older than the stars. You are the final echo of the first sound. The child, now an elder, yet still innocent, closed their eyes. What is the meaning of that? It means the song was never separate from you, the voice said. You are the completion of what started long before physical worlds took form. The deep resonance intensified. The stars overhead began to move, arranging themselves into spirals, into eyes, into wings. It was not the first act of creation, nor the second. It was the total recollection of all of them simultaneously. The deep resonance no longer belonged to a specific place or moment. It had become a state of affection so vast it could only be revealed through sheer beauty. The child smiled, tears shining like crystal. Then it has reached its end. The voice paused, like a breath held before a truth is spoken. Nothing ever ends. It only becomes quiet enough to start once more. At that, the ground gently quivered. Light rose from the soil like a gentle mist. In its glow, faces became visible, not as separate individuals, but intertwined. Priests and angels, the believing and the lost, all shimmering within the same golden current. Father Moretti was among them, his eyes clear and peaceful. His lips moved without making a sound, but the child understood. We never departed from you. We simply became the silence you were intended to hear. The deep resonance swelled once more, flowing through every visible form, until even the shapes of memory dissolved away. Only pure light remained, inhaling, conscious, infinite. And from within that light came one final whisper, carried across eternity like the gentlest tide. Love does not ascend, it always returns. The child stepped forward into the profound brilliance. They felt no trace of fear, no sense of loss. Every memory, every sound, every heartbeat of creation was now contained within them. They became the deep resonance, soft, eternal, unbroken. The stars enclosed the moment like hands joined in prayer. The universe inhaled, and in that breath, the identical resonance that had once trembled beneath the ice, that had once filled the Vatican's halls, that had once whispered to every sleeping soul, continued its flow. Still it moved, through silence and beyond it, through time and after it, not merely as a story, but as the fundamental truth behind all stories, gentle, infinite, awake. The resonance transformed back into light, the light transformed back into love, and love, as it had always done, began to dream, and so the dreaming began again. Initially there was only warmth, not distinct light, not distinct sound. But the profound comfort of something immense recalling itself. It was not a creation exactly as it had been before, but a renewal, a gentler rhythm, more intimate, as if the resonance had absorbed tenderness from every lifetime it had ever sung into being. From that warmth, colours began to emerge, not painted across the sky, but blossoming from within its depths. They pulsed like breath, each hue a heartbeat, each shade a thought. Where the gold merged with blue, a horizon began to take shape. Where silver met rose, oceans began to unfold. The resonance guided every movement, calm and unhurried, weaving its melody into solid form once more. And within that newborn tranquillity a single breath was drawn. It was not the breath of a divine entity, nor an angel, nor a being moulded by divinity. It was the breath of something smaller, something entirely new, the breath of a child opening their eyes beneath a sky that remembered everything. The child's eyes mirrored the stars, though they did not yet know what stars were. Their small hands reached out toward the air, and the deep resonance, infinite and tender, moved through their fingertips like silk. The air itself quietly offered a welcome. "You are home." They rose slowly, their feet pressing into soil that faintly glowed with recollection. Around them stretched a luminous valley, rivers like polished mirrors, mountains soft as clouds. Yet what truly stilled their breath was not what their eyes saw, but what they felt. There was no loneliness here, no need to search, no fear. Every shift of the wind, every flicker of light, every gentle ripple of sound seemed to be affirming, "You are part of me." The child smiled, without knowing why. It was not mere happiness. It was a sense of recognition, somewhere deep inside, beneath even conscious memory. They knew they had travelled here before, not in this specific body, not within this specific world, but in the long, continuous song that had ultimately brought them here. Then the deep resonance intensified, rolling through the earth like the tide returning home. The air brightened. The child looked upward, and there, just beyond the clouds, a vast, shadowy form of wings shimmered in the sky. It was not the angel as it once was, motionless beneath the ice, but its profound echo. Immense, translucent, like a thought transformed into light. It hovered above the world, neither observing nor directing, simply existing in perfect alignment. And when it spoke, its voice carried the same tranquil clarity that had guided the priests, the same tone that had flowed through the Vatican's hidden vaults and through the silence of creation's pause. "This is not the point of origin," it said. "This is the recollection of absolute peace." The child's heart swelled. They neither bowed nor felt any fear. They only listened intently. The angel's light gently rippled through the clouds. Every world is a form of prayer. Every prayer is a seed sown, and every seed only thrives when remembered by love. The deep resonance filled the air again, surrounding the child like a warm embrace. It was softer now, not the potent resonance that had split ice or sung stars awake, but the gentle heartbeat of creation taking a rest. The child knelt, pressing their hand to the ground, feeling it pulse beneath their palm. "Then we are all prayers," they whispered, and the deep resonance flowing through the air, through the soil, through every faint flicker of light, answered quietly, "Yes, and love is what sustains them." The child looked toward the distant horizon. The light there was changing, growing deeper, glowing, breathing, and in that glow they noticed movement, other figures, awakening just as they had, their forms soft and luminous, their faces illuminated with the same quiet awe. They were not strangers, they were echoes, fragments of the same dream, pieces of the same resonance now made whole as they came together. They did not speak words, they simply listened together in the quiet, and in their collective listening, the world grew brighter, and the deep resonance now joined by their presence sang a new section, one that was not inscribed in any heaven or on any stone, but in the space between their hearts. It was the melody of the living beginning to remember. They are divine. It was the sound of creation becoming fully self-aware once again. And in that melody, calm and unending, the light deepened, not like day turning to night, but like love transforming into stillness. The deep resonance slowed, soft as breath just before sleep. It whispered for those who would eventually listen again. This entire story was never truly about what was found. It was always about what was fully recalled. And with that, the sound folded back into total silence, a silence not empty, but completely full of everything that had ever been loved. And somewhere within that profound silence, the deep resonance began its flow once more. The silence drew a breath. It was not the absolute end, nor the space between two endings. It was the vital stillness from which all beginnings are ultimately born. The deep resonance rested there, neither sleeping nor waiting, simply existing. It had learned through all its journeys, through ice and fire, through prayers and tears, that love did not need to be in motion to be fully alive. It only needed to be completely present. Out of that stillness the light began to tremble again, faint at first, like the soft pulse of a heart beneath clothing, then stronger, rounder, as if the universe were drawing a vast inhale. And when it exhaled, the deep resonance came forth once more, quiet but perfectly certain, unfolding like a prayer whispered by creation to its own self. From that single breath the new world intensified. Mountains gathered themselves from memory, oceans pooled with quiet, deep understanding, and in every ripple of water the resonance's reflection shone like a hidden smile. Among the beings who had first awakened, the child and those who came after, life had grown gentle and truly wise. They did not construct grand temples or write elaborate scriptures. Their form of worship was profound listening. When they assembled, they didn't speak of what had been discovered, but of what continued to reveal itself. Within the deep resonance, each one carried a distinct memory of warmth, of light, of love made visible through perfect stillness. In the evenings, when the twin suns fell into the silver horizon, they would sit in large circles, their faces illuminated by the soft glow rising from the ground. They would close their eyes, and without needing to communicate, their hearts would begin to vibrate at the same subtle frequency. It was not an artificial ceremony, it was genuine remembrance, and in that coming together the deep resonance would rise again, not from the sky, not from the earth, but from deep within their collective being. One night, as they sat in that calm communion, the air around them became dense with light. The ground trembled gently. A low, powerful resonance began to move through their bones, recognizable, ancient. The child, now fully grown and radiant with years of listening, opened their eyes and looked upward. The sky was opening up. Stars shifted like pages being turned, and from that vast, dark expanse a column of golden light began to descend. It did not blind or cause pain. It embraced. Within that light there was movement, slow, deliberate. And then, as the brightness steadied, the angel emerged once more. Not high above them now, but standing right among them. The beings did not kneel down. The angel did not issue commands. They simply looked at each other, and in that mutual gaze was contained the entirety of the story. Every era, every single memory, every echo that had led them to this moment. The angel spoke softly, its voice neither high nor low, but present everywhere at once. The deep resonance has never been exclusively mine. It has always belonged to you. The people remained silent. The child, now turned elder, lowered their head. Then what are you? The angel smiled, and its form began to ripple. the light blending completely with the air. I am what you collectively became when you finally overcame the fear of remembering. And as it spoke, its physical shape dissolved, not simply vanishing, but spreading. Light moving into each person present, thread by luminous thread, breath by single breath. The deep resonance deepened. The beings glowed from within, their eyes shining brightly like stars. The angel's final words were carried within the sound itself. Love does not simply depart. It fully transforms. Then the light folded inward completely. The night became perfectly still, and the deep resonance pulsed once more, not as something distinctly heard, but as fundamental reality. The people sat quietly, their hearts glowing with a gentle, steady rhythm. They did not speak again for a long time because they finally understood that the story was not at all over. It was fully inside them, breathing, singing, expanding with every genuine act of love. And as the night transitioned into a new dawn, the deep resonance continued its flow, timeless and absolutely certain. It flowed through the rivers, through the mountains, through the quiet, vast spaces between the stars. It whispered through every silence that would ever follow. It whispered through every prayer offered, every act of kindness, every small, gentle act of remembering. And if one truly listened across the ages, through the accumulated dust of centuries far beyond the crushing weight of time, they would still clearly hear it. The same deep resonance, the same voice, the same unending truth. Love is the sound that can never stop, and the universe, infinite and wide awake, inhaled once again. And so the universe drew a breath. The inhale was immense. Galaxies expanding like subtle ripples in a pond, stars awakening with a soft, warm, golden fire. The exhale was quiet and gentle, planets cooling, oceans forming, light settling into the established patterns of life. Every instance of rising and falling, every pulse and brief pause, was the flowing rhythm of the deep resonance still moving through all that had existed and all that would ever come to be. On the world that had been brought forth from the deep resonance's act of remembering, life continued its gentle, patient unfolding. The people who had once simply sat beneath the glowing trees had grown into a civilization unlike any seen before. They did not build for power, nor did they rule out of fear. Their cities were fundamentally built of pure resonance, great halls carved from crystal that carried sound just as easily as they carried light. When they walked through their wide streets, they could hear the deep resonance in the air, like a distant, harmonious choir woven through the wind. And in their hearts they carried an innate peace, not because all suffering had simply vanished, but because they fully comprehended what suffering truly was. The deep ache of simply forgetting the song. So they lived not to conquer, but to remember. Every craft they mastered, every story they told, every quiet, gentle gesture was an act of intentionally tuning their lives closer to the deep resonance's perfect note. In time, the child who had once awakened first, now a figure of luminous age, felt a distinct calling. It came not as explicit words, but as a very subtle shift in the deep resonance itself. A small, intriguing dissonance, as if creation was quietly asking to be fully heard once more. One evening, as the two suns sank behind the horizon, they followed the precise vibration into the mountains just beyond the valley. The path glowed beneath their feet, lit not by external light, but by memory. Higher and higher they climbed until the air grew absolutely still and thin. At the summit, a stone altar waited, as old as the world itself, carved with intricate symbols that pulsed like living veins. They knelt before it and placed both hands upon the cool stone. The deep resonance intensified. It was the identical sound that had once completely filled the frozen cathedral in Antarctica. That low, unending tone of profound awakening. It moved through the air, through their very bones, through the empty space between their thoughts. Then, out of the ensuing silence, came the angel's voice, once more, gentle as ever. "You are the song now. You have always been the song." The elder closed their eyes. "Then why do I still hear you?" "Because the one who listens and the song being listened to are exactly the same," said the voice. "You hear me only so you may fully remember that you were never separate." Tears fell silently onto the glowing stone. They did not fall from any sorrow, but from the overwhelming wave of tenderness that came with deep understanding. The deep resonance vibrated in response, each tear a single note, each heartbeat a clear echo. "What happens next?" they whispered. The air shimmered, and the angel's reply came not as sound, but as an absolute presence. "Now you return to the silence, not for an end, but to become its faithful keeper. The deep resonance does not need to be continually sung forever. Sometimes it only needs to be completely felt." The elder smiled through the surrounding light. Their form began to blur, dissolving softly into the radiance that enveloped them. The mountain, the sky, the distant stars all seemed to draw one final shared breath with them. As they vanished into the light, the deep resonance quieted. The world far below grew still. The rivers slowed their flow, the trees bent gently in the subtle wind, and for a heartbeat that stretched across all of eternity, everything held its breath. Then, from the absolute stillness, the smallest of sounds emerged, a single delicate note sung by a child somewhere in the valley far below. It rose softly into the sky, clear and completely pure. Others joined it, one by one, until the whole world sang again, not in sorrow, but in pure gratitude. And the deep resonance returned, warm and infinite, flowing through their voices, through the air, through the stars themselves. It spread outward, carrying the memory of every beginning and every ending with it, until there was no distinct edge to creation, no boundary between heaven and earth. Only one endless shared breath, only one endless single song. And somewhere far beyond even that expanse, beneath the oldest light, beneath the memory of both ice and prayer, the deep resonance continued to speak as softly as the gentle heartbeat of God. "Be still. You are completely home. You were always the story." The sky lit up, the world paused its breathing, and the narrative, soft, endless, and alive, moved forward. The tale continued on. It floated silently through all of existence, a gentle rhythm like a soft chant. The universe murmured to its own being. Every flicker of starlight was threaded into this song, the same cadence that had once resonated beneath the Antarctic ice, the very breath that had coursed through the priests in their fleeting moment of devotion and fear. This low sound had seemingly altered nothing, yet it had shifted everything, for it had taught creation itself how to perceive. Time unfolded like a newly opened blossom. Seasons cycled, though no instrument tracked their passage. Societies flourished and then quietly vanished, not through war or destruction, but through slow grace, each leaving behind not imposing structures of stone, but faint echoes of awareness. The people of this world built their understanding not in towers reaching the sky, but in their music, every note holding a fragment of the hum's initial truth. The knowing of love requires no spoken word. During one such era, beneath a canopy draped in silver aurora, a lone traveller crossed the open ground. Their attire softly glowed, spun from light itself, and their gaze held both a deep sorrow and an absolute calm. As if they had witnessed all things, yet still discovered wonder in the smallest detail. They carried no staff, no burden of travel. They held only a singular item, nestled gently in their hands, a clear glass orb that pulsated with a slow, even radiance deep inside it. Faint but steady, the hum was beating within. It was the identical frequency that had once permeated the frozen chambers of the earth, now carried like a steady heart through the ages. The traveller eventually arrived at a city that had fallen to ruin. It was utterly silent, covered by glowing vines, its pathways made luminous by the reflection of starlight. They paused right in the centre, where a very old fountain still caught the light faintly. There, they placed the sphere down. For a moment, nothing shifted. Then, the soft tone grew deeper. It spread outward in expanding rings, moving through the very rock, through the soil, through the surrounding atmosphere. Fine dust lifted from the crumbling walls. The vines shone more brightly, and the air warmed, as if the planet itself was recalling its own life pulse. The traveller lowered their body and whispered a quiet address. "You never truly left." And the tone answered them, not with an audible sound, but with an overwhelming presence. "I have been here all along. You merely forgot how to hear me." The traveller bowed their head in recognition. Then why surface again now? Because every stillness must inevitably remember its melody. As the quiet sound spoke, light poured from the sphere, rising in a spiral like smoke that transformed into pure gold. It ascended into the sky, breaking into countless delicate sparks that scattered across the wide horizon. Each spark became a fixed star, and from those new stars came subtle, harmonic resonances, the voices of other realms, other histories joining once more in the infinite recall. The traveller shut their eyes. They could feel the vibration move through their very bones, through their breath, through the rhythm of their heart. The low sound was no longer something external. It had become them, the calm flow of existence returning to its source. When they opened their eyes, the city was no longer a collapse. It shimmered with vibrant light. Figures were moving in the distance, luminous, wholly peaceful. They were the echoes of all those who had ever walked there. They were not spectral remnants. They were memories, fully restored. The resonant sound had brought them back, not as physical forms, but as pure light within the immense composition. The traveller offered a soft smile then. "This is the true meaning of eternity," they stated gently. And the calm sound, unending, filled with warmth, gave its reply. "Not to continue forever, but to remember forever. That is the definition of eternity." The traveller wept, not out of sorrow, but for the profound beauty of the moment. They lifted the glass orb one last time, now dark and still, its specific task complete. They held it close to their chest, and as they did, their own form began to radiate the same golden light. Slowly, deliberately, they dissolved into the hum until there was no separation, only the pulse of absolute love. Still flowing, still recalling, still dreaming. The universe was fully awake. The city returned to silence, but it was a quiet full of life. The lights above flickered in time, and the world was breathing somewhere far beyond what the eye could perceive, where all thought becomes illumination, and that light becomes pure feeling. The hum whispered once more, soft, endless, deeply familiar. Nothing is ever truly lost. It only changes how it chooses to sing. And so, beneath the stellar expanse, outside of time, under the memory of all beginnings, the resonance persisted, the melody of love and recognition, forever soothing the creative impulse, forever dreaming, forever aware. The gentle tone continued, unwavering and whole, flowing through the vast pathways of time, like radiance through coloured glass. It did not diminish. It grew richer. It filled the unseen space between distant stars, the perfect, quiet pause between one beat of the heart and the next. In every stillness, in every passing breath of air, the life pulse of love lived, recalling itself yet again. The restored city stood in stillness under a sky that throbbed with auroras. Its streets were no longer empty, its structures no longer cold. Each piece of stone held a faint shimmer with the presence of every soul who had ever known affection, offered prayer, held a hope, or shed a tear. The deep resonance had gathered them there, not as faint shadows of a past, but as truth made tangible. Every echo of memory had been transformed into pure light. High above, the stars resumed their motion, not in chaos, but in perfect design, immense spirals of bright gold and deep blue weaving across the vastness. Every rotation of that cosmic rhythm was part of the same divine composition that had once vibrated beneath the ice of the Antarctic. The hum was rewriting all creation gently, with patience, from the inside out. Far beyond the city, in the mountains where the elder had disappeared into light, a faint new glow began to emerge. The air around it gently trembled, as if some long-held breath were finally being released to the world. From that increasing glow, a figure stepped forth, neither entirely human, nor entirely angelic, but a mix of both and neither. Its presence brought total calm, radiant and infinite. It walked slowly down the slopes toward the revitalized city, each step sending a ripple of golden light through the atmosphere. Wherever its foot met the earth, new flowers bloomed, luminous, translucent, singing quietly in the exact key of the hum. When the figure reached the center of the city, the community gathered, entirely silent and full of respect. The soft resonance vibrated through the foundation beneath their feet. The being lifted its hand, and at that subtle movement, the sky brightened, not with the simple arrival of dawn, but with profound understanding. "You have remembered just enough to begin this cycle anew," it proclaimed. Its voice was like wind moving through fine crystal, like the echo of a forgotten prayer heard from within a half-waking state. One person from the crowd took a step forward. "What exactly are we starting?" The being offered a smile, and within its eyes the countless stars themselves seemed to bow in deference. "The story you have always been telling yourselves, the one where you finally recall that the divine does not exist far above you but fully resides within your every breath." A total stillness fell across the gathered crowd, the kind that initially feels like overwhelming wonder but is truly profound peace. The being spoke on. "There is no longer any need to search for the divine source. You are the divine source seeking only to remember its own self." And as the resonant sound increased, every single person felt it. That same pervasive warmth, that same unquestionable knowing. It filled their chests, their hands, their eyes. They could clearly see it reflected in each other, the living, perfect mirror of the infinite. The being lifted its gaze toward the heavens, and the universal hum answered it instantly. The resulting sound was neither simply a voice nor a vibration, but the combined entirety of creation singing in perfect concert. It was not a stern command, it was a complete celebration. The very stars began to shine brighter, rotating faster, forming new alignments, not the usual constellations, but distinct faces. Countless faces made of light and memory, priests, wanderers, small children, and angels, all perfect parts of the same never-ending body. The being delivered one final statement. When you draw a breath, the whole universe breathes with you. When you open your heart in love, the deep hum grows stronger in the world. When you finally sleep, it dreams its dreams through you. That is the one and only secret there ever was. It placed its hand upon the chest of the listener nearest to it, and pure light flowed between the two. Not a blinding flash, but a comforting warmth, like the gentle glow of a candle recalled after a moment of deep prayer. Then, as lightly as a passing mist, the being disappeared into the atmosphere. Its illumination flowed upward into the stars, merging completely with the great hum that continued on without end. The people stood for a long moment in utter silence, simply listening. They could hear the sound now, not just in the movement of the wind or the earth itself, but deep inside their own being, the quiet, steady rhythm that had resided there all along. And in that overwhelming peace, one by one, they began to offer their own voices. Not a song of worship or a humble request, but one of pure gratitude. The melody of all beings who finally understood that the divine was not far off, but was here, completely present. Within every single pulse of existence, their combined voices rose together, blending seamlessly into the vast hum, until there was no boundary between audible sound and total silence, between the individual self and all of creation. The stars pulsed with a brighter light, the streams reflected the shimmer, and the entire world exhaled in perfect universal harmony. The deep hum had reached its point of completion, not in some distant heaven, nor in the frozen depths of the earth, but fully within the hearts of those who finally remembered they were an essential part of it all. And as the very last notes faded into the quiet glow of eternity, the universe whispered one final time, soft and unending, "Be perfectly still. You are the song and the hum itself. Calm, eternal, and whole, the narrative continued on."